Yep. Yep. That's right. That's right. We made it another weekend. Yep. Yep. Once again. Once again. Another weekend down. Another weekend of D&D games completed. I assume everyone took the requisite 3-day weekend. Good morning, guys. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD. Hello, it's Batari. Good morning, Jacob. Good morning, Brooklyn. Good morning, Sabine. Hello, Steve. How you guys doing, man? And a blood red flag. Yes, a painting and a blood red flag because this was last week's project, speed painting. I don't know if you were here for it, Atari, but I'm doing speed paintings every day now. So that's the thing. What's up, Say? Holy shit. Thank you for the raid. Say, good morning. How you doing? How was your stream, bro? What were you working on today? What were you doing? I couldn't couldn't stop in on your stream. Sorry, I didn't do my warm-up today, so I am completely out of the loop. I don't know what you're working on. I don't know how the dragons are going, the succubi are going, or anything along those lines, but I appreciate the raid. Thanks for stopping by. If you guys do not follow Say, please go follow Say. Hello, Cobalt. Thanks for doing the shout out. And hello, Dark. Good to see you, man. Good morning. Ooh, that ruby crumb looks good, man. Do we tell Evan that his audio was on? Yes, you do, because my audio was on, because I always start my stream with a good old slurp. Yep, that's my tradition. I used to have a going live tradition back in the day, in ancient elder days, that I had for about the first 3 years of my stream that I really liked. All right, I had a whole thing, a whole routine. I stopped doing it at a certain point in time because I wanted it to be mysterious again. I wanted to just bust it out one day for like a whole year and no one know where the fuck it came from, because, you know, who was here since the early days besides Sir Cobalt? Yep. Yeah, who was here since then? I don't know. We're doing another painting practice. Had to end a little early because I have a lot to do. That's fair. That's fair. I have to end a little bit early today as well because I have a lot to do, specifically appointments and shit like that. I'm going to go for my fancy appointment to see if I can get my wrist figured out and fixed. So I'm very excited. Well, I'm nervous, but I'm excited for that. So understandable. We'll be ending stream a little bit earlier today because of that for me too. So I'm in the same boat. But yeah, man, I hope that whatever you have to do today is productive and lucrative, you know, whatever that is. Yes, so I had a pretty good morning so far. I went to the gym, did my whole gym thing. I had a pretty good weekend. I got a lot done. All right, I got a lot done. I did over the weekend. I got a lot done by not doing a lot. I had a lot of things to do that were non-stream art related, so I don't have any massive victories in the ways of the art realm to report back on. No pieces of art completed for the Astral Sage or the Astral Knight or the various maps and locations expected. Nope, I had to do other things that were not art related all weekend, and it sucked. So I'm ready to jump into projects this week and get it. We're gonna get it, okay? It's gonna be a good week. I'm looking forward to it. I'm feeling ready and pumped up and motivated, and I've been feeling that recently a lot. You know, I've been feeling good. I'm feeling ready. I was told that I need to, by some of my family this weekend, that I need to chill out, man. I need to chill out. To that, I say, no, get bent. We got a lot to do. It's gonna be a dope week. So, yeah, I think I want to try and get some stuff done for the next release of the adventure. I want to have some more art pieces done and ready for them. So we're going to start the week off with a couple of pieces that I want to get done, like a paladin for Lexer. Good morning, Lexer. How you doing, bro? And a couple of other things, as well as a couple of things for Quincy. And then towards the end of the week, we're going to do some serious adventure art because I think I'm ready to drop the finished Astral Knight pretty soon. And then the next iteration of the adventure that's going to be only missing a couple of things. So I'm pretty excited about that, you know. The kittens are going to the vet later, and I have to set my books for from size since we're moving. Ooh, yeah, a big move is a whole thing, you know. I always feel kind of like I wanna prepare for a move that I'm having in the next couple of years. I've like made a decision that I'm going to move in the next couple of years. I've made that decision. I'm gonna move. We're gonna move. I've decided. A decidation has been agreed upon that I am going to be moving ideally west. There's a good chance that we're going to try and move to the lower mainland area. For those of you who don't know, that's basically what is known as the Greater Vancouver area. So Ella and I are probably gonna make a move in the next couple of years, and I'm already thinking about packing and getting ready and things like that, and putting shit in boxes and organizing things even a year or two ahead of time, which is maybe nuts. But I don't know. I feel there's a part of me that feels like when you sort of lift anchor from a port, that you're ready to, you know, kind of sail on a little bit more. So I'm starting to pull those anchors up a little bit one by one. Anchors are like a thing that I always thought about for moving. And I always wanted to like not set down roots, not put anything down into the ground too deep to keep me in one spot. Have done quite a bit of that since Ella and I moved here 10 years ago. And also I do say this knowing full well, like this whole like I'm starting to pull up anchors. I went out yesterday and bought a new fucking plant. I spent $130 on a plant. Okay, so maybe I'm not doing it right, but no, I wanted a new plant. My previous bamboo palm had gotten some sort of infection and died, and I had realized through the winter just how much that plant made my days better. You know, I don't know what it is, but that plant made my days better in the winter. So I got a new one this summer when they were reasonably priced, so that I could have the winter. So I got a new plant, bro. You know, for some people it's like new pets. You talk about getting a new substantial plant, and they're like as excited for you as if you say you got like a cat or a dog or whatever. So, how you feeling? Good? Getting stuff done really helps the mood. It does, yeah. It does. It's good. It's good. Getting momentum, I think, can overcome a lot of the that which ails thine soul. So, Cobalt and I will come help you move. You and Cobalt will come help me move. Bro, I don't think Cobalt can get away from work for 2 hours to have a Discord call, let alone come to help me move. Holy shit, are you kidding me? I mean, that'd be cool, bro. Last time I moved, I gave my friends beer, pizza, and Magic the Gathering trading card game playing cards. This one would be a little bit more substantial because I'm probably moving cities. So, obviously not anytime soon. Don't worry about it. But I've just been considering it. It's in the back of my mind. So, spend so much money on plants, you're justified. What's your favorite plant? Are you a plant person, Brooklyn? Because I messed my last plant up, and I'm trying to become a plant person, and I want to mess this one up too. Because this is a $130 fucking bamboo palm. That's an expensive ass plant. It's like $100 US. I don't want to mess it up. We got a proper light for it and everything. We learned the things that we did wrong. Hopefully this time around I do it right, but I probably need some education how to plant properly. You know, not plant a thing properly, just how to plant, you know, kind of like how to art. Have a DD session yesterday, got myself a new Warlock patron, and the BBEG's dad and the BBEG have major daddy issues. Well, it's time for you to end those issues by dealing indiscriminate justice in the form of righteous death upon your enemies, Sabine. Or maybe it's not that kind of campaign, but if it is, get after it, big boy. You got this shit. Get in there. Get that sword flying, okay? Hexblade that shit or whatever. I don't know what kind of warlock you are, but it's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. I don't know what kind of levels in warlock your Durid had to take. I think it was Hexblade though, wasn't it? Have to move soon, and I'm both looking forward to the opportunity, hopefully downsizing, but also dreading it now because I have how much stuff I've accumulated. You know what, Cobalt? I think that's okay. Are you guys staying in the same region, area, city, town, state, or is this a much more substantial move that y'all are doing down there? You can give me those first two. The third, send a blaze for me. I mean, listen, man, beer and pizza is a great way to, you know, pay for the movement of friends. But I think Ella and I will be okay because I think that we're gonna do a really intentional, conscious job of how we're gonna move. But again, this is all super early stages, trying to figure out how to make the move. Right now, we don't even have the means to move where we want to move, but we decided to start trying to figure out in a serious way how to do that. And a couple big other life decisions we're moving forward on. So it's an exciting time for me. I've kind of like gotten the monkey of my 20s off my back, I feel like, in a major way, and I'm actually moving forward in a way that I'm really excited about. So, you know, and like Say said, getting stuff done is the best way to kind of feel and up the mood. And I've noticed the power of that this year. You know, even just like doing the small things right, keeping things clean, going to the gym, eating right, the small progress adds up. You know, it really adds up. I see how much weight I've lost since May, which is about 15 pounds. You know, I listen, I'm not where I was last cut. I did gain some weight over the winter, but even seeing those 15 pounds come off since May is like really good. Even seeing any progress, seeing my paintings improving every day. I'm in a point in time, a season, a place where I'm trying to focus really hard on that progress. So yeah, I think it's good. I definitely cannot get away from work. Perf review last week plus this, too busy. Ooh, you got your performance reviews. Ooh, is this some corporate shit? Y'all got some corporate shit going on? All right, I'll allow it. Any updates on your plus level 2 thingamajig? I haven't heard back from them. Nope, haven't heard shit from twitch.tuvalu /support. They have not gotten back to me. I sent the fucking did the contact to the channels and whatnot, and just haven't heard back. So Twitch, don't know. If I could help, I'd help you move. Let me know the dates. I'll see. All right, I'll let you know in a year and a half if you can make time. That if you can get away on the weekend in a year and a half to 2 years from now, Cobalt, that'd be great. Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. Yeah, that would be a dope ass, honestly, weekend. Moving weekend. Ella and I do the road trip through the mountains. Meet up with the boys at the new pad. Fucking get after it. Let's go, man. Watch Star Wars all day while we're moving. Set up TV for. That's what we did for. This is the key. This is what we did. Wow, it was good and bad. So first things first, we moved here is we set up the TV first, and then we put Star Wars on. So there was always Star Wars on through the entire day. That was good, but bad because at one point in time, I and the other guys got distracted by the Duel of the Fates towards the end of episode Juan, and Ella comes in. We're just 4 dudes just standing there with our hands on our hips watching the TV. She's like, "What the fuck are you guys doing?" We're like, "Oh, Darth Maul and the Duel of the yeah, sorry, okay, let's, you know." So can't get too distracted, right? That's probably not for the best anyway. I have tons of plants in my house. My favorites are probably my Monstera and my Philodendron. I gotta Google these. What's up, Vale? How you doing, bro? Your performance reviews, Vale. Are you gonna do well in your performance reviews? Are you gonna crush it? Okay, hold on. What is this plant? This is what is this? This is a. Oh, I want one of these, dog. Yeah. I want one of these so bad, bro. These are so cool. And the other one is so a Monstera and a Philodendron. Let's see what the fuck this is. Monstera and a Philodendron. Oh, that's cool too. Okay, I like that too. That's nice. I like the first one. Yeah. I like the first one more. That's a really good plant. Good plant. 10 out of 10. Would rank again. Excuse me. I would love to live somewhere where I could have a unreal garden. Like, that's one of the things about moving somewhere like Vancouver that doesn't get like crushingly cold is I could envision a time in my life where I could have a little garden space, a little tropical oasis. You know, maybe not bamboo, because it's an invasive thing. You're not allowed to plant it unless you get like special permission. But I could have lots of other kind of like either Asian and tropical island plants around and build myself a little oasis. My dream one day is to get a koi pond. I'd love to have a little backyard kind of garden inspired by some of the Japanese gardens that I've been to in Nihon. That'd be great. There's also a really beautiful Japanese garden in Vancouver. It's actually really, really dope. And have a little koi pond. You know, I love fish. I love nature. I love all that kind of shit. Makes me feel, I don't know, refreshed, right? Just keep crushing it. I guess that's what I have to do, Atari. I guess I just have to keep earning the fucking thing over and over again until Twitch decides that I actually get it. You know, Duel of the Fates deserves full attention. It does. Yes, exactly. When Duel of the Fates is, there's certain things in certain movies when you put a marathon on in the background. You know, certain events. The escape of Khazad Dûm in Moria in Lord of the Rings, the charge of the Rohirrim, the battle for Helm's Deep, the Duel of the Fates. Oh yeah, There's lots of things like that you have to stop whatever you're doing and watch the movie. So, not very knowledgeable about taking care of plants, though. I just water them and sometimes fertilize. Yeah, I thought I watered mine enough, but I watered it too much, and that partially killed it. And then it got infected, and that partially killed it. And then I didn't get enough sunlight on it, and that really fucking did it in. And so I got a new bamboo palm, and I'm gonna try really hard for this one. And easy to take care of. Well, maybe I should get one then, Guapo. Maybe I should get a new plant as well. You know, I wanted a little plant thing up here too in my office, but the problem is the light. I don't really like it. If I can get another light that's really nice. I got a really nice light for downstairs. It like hangs from the ceiling, so it goes up the corner, and then I actually hang it from the ceiling, so it's like a proper plant light. I don't know, it's cool. Peace Lily died, but was like 5 years old. That's pretty cool, dude. That's 5-year-old Peace Lily. That's pretty rad. Go get a new one, Avail. That's the calling. We're all entering our plant girl phase this summer. So we'll be on Plant Talk and create a plant cord room in our Discord or some shit. I don't know, man. I don't know, bro. I could see you taking care of some bonsai trees, having one decent sized Japanese maple in the backyard. Yeah, I always really wanted to. I took care of a bonsai tree for years when I was a teenager, and I really, really loved it. It was really special to me. But the problem is it just didn't have the kind of light it needed, and I didn't have the kind of, when I moved here, I didn't have the wherewithal to figure out how to take care of it properly, because we don't really face light that well. So I let it die, unfortunately. You know, I had it for years, and I always wanted like a multi-decade long plant to like grow old with and take around and whatever. So no, I really enjoy that, and I'd love to live somewhere where I could be confident that I could stay there for the rest of my life, you know, as my home base, in a place where I could actually grow stuff and have like a little pond and whatnot. That'd be pretty good, you know. But I don't think it's this. I don't think it's here. I don't think it's this city, you know, as much as or anywhere around it, because like I live pretty close to the city that I grew up in, and it's just not really conducive to doing what I want to do and the kind of lifestyle and whatnot. So I did get a new piece of leaf, but alas, my home does not have enough light. Time to get yourself a light, Avail. What do you mean? Just get yourself a little lampy lamp just hanging over it. Why not? What else you got to do? Like every artist I know that's a really successful artist or a creative type has some form of plant life in their office. I don't know why. A lot of them are all tattooed and jacked, and a lot of them have plants. Who knows why, man? Garden Picking Discord needs the lawn mowed regularly, but the rest of the garden is a once a month-ish maintenance thing. Wait, you got a garden? Hold on. Are we showing off garden? Oh my god, dude, that's so nice. That's so nice, dude. I would love, dude. This would be so great, man. Are you kidding? You got nice manicured fucking flower beds here with nice, beautiful plants. Just chill. You got a backyard space where, bro. If I had the same space that I could play with as well. I love that you have a little like area over here. I don't know what's going on over here, a little fire pit or some shit. This is lovely too. Bro, I would 100 plant some trees and shit in this back. You have an amazing canopy back here, you know. I'll illustrate my dream. My dream would be to take something like a space like this, beautifully kept, great lawn, and I plant some trees like a Japanese maple, like Cobalt said, a couple of other things, and then I'd build a little pond right there and have a little path going out there with a little fucking you know, place to sit and drink the morning tea, get a little be in nature kind of vibe, you know. Maybe get some pots with some bamboo, because I think you can plant bamboo in pots. You can't plant it in the ground, I'm pretty sure, in Canada. But something like that. Oh yeah, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. And the prioritization of lawn space to be able to, you know, have kids run around, or a dog or whatever, or just a place to, you know, throw the old bocce ball in the summer or something like this. This is beautiful, man. I love backyards. I'm a fucking sucker for a good backyard, a good garden, a good, you know, anything like that. That's really nice, man. Hello, Alf. What's up, bro? To 2 years to get it built out, but it's lovely and peaceful. Well, it's perfect. It's perfect, man. As I said, there are things that I'd want to do with that space, but the space as it is perfect and wonderfully kept. I love that you have trees just outside your, I don't know if it's outside your property, but outside your fence. I love that there are trees out there. That's just so fucking awesome. That's one of the things I love about where I live, is that there's trees and forests and stuff right near me. So, yep. Good morning, Ashy. Hello, great and mighty GM. How you doing, bro? Having backyard envy? Yeah, I know, right? That's so nice, man. I don't really have much of a backyard where I live because, you know, mountains and shit. Just fucking ancient mountains, and then, oh look, a mountain, you know. So some people love that, and it's great. But the problem is, it's just like, you know, it's nice for what do we got? What's nice months to live here? May is decent. May's decent. I used to not like May. I think May is decent. May, June, July, August are the like, and September are like the 5 months a year that it's like really nice art, like outside, really nice weather, really nice whatever. It's a little cool, a little warm, whatever, doesn't matter. It's nice here. And then obviously October, November. October's our fall month. November's a winter. November, December, great winter months. You know, love it. Christmas season, beautiful lights everywhere, fucking hot chocolate, Christmas markets, kids playing in the snow. I love it. I love winter, November, December. The crushing thing is January, February, March, April. Those 4 months fucking suck where I live, because it gets dark at 3 p.m. The sun doesn't come up until 10 a.m. and it basically stays that way until like April, May, and it's cold as shit. And then when it's not snowing, if it's not snowing and icy, everything's brown and dead. So that's when it's really tough. And I'd love to live somewhere, even if it's somewhere like out in like Lower Mainland area or Vancouver Island or whatever, where it's like dark and dreary a lot of the years. I still like that it's green, so that helps. You know, got a bonsai tree. Not technically. Got a oak tree in a pot that won't grow bigger because of the pot that is now 20 years old. You got a 20-year-old little oak bonsai boy. That's impressive, Jacob. That's great. I love that. That's awesome, man. And mostly lavender, some olive trees, and some jasmine on the terrace I have. Yeah, Ella was telling me about that when we were in Rona the other day, buying something, and she was telling me about your ordering fiasco of getting little trees on your terrace. I'd love to see a picture of it, Guapo. I'd love to see where you live. Obviously not in the public Discord, but if you have a picture to send me, I'd be very curious to see what your terrace looks like in your view. Someone's supposed to DM about boot camp this past weekend. Yeah, that's right. I was supposed to DM you guys about boot camp this past weekend. Yep. Our question: What colors go with light blue as a secondary accents? I really love. You know what, Ashy? Let me answer that question to you. What colors go with light blue as secondary accents? Instead of answering that question in the form of a real answer that's practical and useful, instead let me answer that in the form of a speed painting. All right, check back in a half hour, Ashy. I will show you what colors go with light blue as a secondary accent. Those are my neighbor's property, but it is ALR, Agricultural Land Reserve, and can't be built on, but could be converted to farm. There's a 10-year process to get it converted by something that can be built on, and the district is rejecting over 90% of the applications, so I'm not worried. That's great. That's awesome. I love that. I also, yeah, I mean, I live, Steve, very close to basically area that you can't and wouldn't build on or build in or develop or whatever, because, like, you know, when you live in the fucking Canadian wilderness and there's grizzly bears and wolves and shit womping through, and deer and elk and whatnot, that's a whole thing. So, you know what I don't have nearby that I'm so envious of the national parks in northern Alberta? Bison. I don't know if I told you guys, but I saw my first wild bison herds. I have never seen a wild bison herd before. That's one thing in living where I live. It's amazing in Canada that I've never seen wild bison. And I got to see that for the first time when we drove through the national park to get from Edmonton to Vegreville. We drove through a national park that has a lot of bison in it. And so we saw elk and beavers. Beavers are really cool. We saw deer and all sorts of other animals and creatures. I think we saw some coyotes. I don't think I saw a wolf. I think those were coyotes. There was like 3 of them. They were too small for wolves. So I'm pretty sure they were coyotes. But yeah, elk and deer and everything else. And a whole damn herd of bison. And all I could think of was that video of a little girl pointing at a cow saying cheeseburger. Oh man, I only got 182 kilometers till now. There's no way I'm hitting 300 kilometers. That's fine, Alf. You know, you pick whatever pace you want, and you pick whatever goal, those 1, 2, or 300 kilometers that fits your lifestyle. I think 182 kilometers in the entire month in its totality is a very impressive goal. I don't want to make it a thing. I am nearing 260, past the 250 mark over the weekend. I'm nearing 260 kilometers, so I'm on pace. I'm not on pace for my prestige rank of 350, I don't think, but I should hit the 3 pretty handily. I don't know. Giggles posted the view from my desk as well. Oh my god, dude, that's so nice, man. That's so fucking good, bro. That's great. I love that. I love that you got little hanging planters and shit out there. The stonework, the intentionality. Man, that's fucking dope, Steve. I'm very impressed. That's actually sick. Fuck, man. 350 is prestige. I thought it was 300. I'll hit 300, not 350. Well, I was going to prestige my own goal. Last year, I did just over 3. I did 311 or 12. This year, I wanted to hit 350 if I could in July. But with conventions, it's been hard because there's been a lot of convention prep I've had to help Ella with. So a lot of walks and stuff have had to go on hold for, you know, whatever other reason. We haven't been able to go for our big, long, you know, 15, 20K hikes. Or whatever. That's a thing because we've been at conventions and whatever else in markets. So we'll see if we can do it. You have to move over to the coast instead of living in the drylands. That's the goal, man. That's the goal. I hope to be out there somewhere, you know, lower mainland area, island, somewhere around there in the next couple of years for a couple of reasons. And the main one is saving Ella from migraines. Yep. Project Get Ella to Safety is like my main kind of concern in the next couple of years. But unfortunately, it's very expensive to move out there, especially with, you know, property values in Alberta versus property values in Vancouver. If I moved out of here and got a comparably priced place in Vancouver or the extended area, I'd probably be living in a large crate, a large, maybe wooden, I could afford, maybe, but likely cardboard box under some train tracks with a plug-in for my DDR mat and PlayStation 2, and that's about all I could afford. So I think we're gonna try and make it work. We're really gonna try and move out to BC, to close to the coast or whatever in the next couple of years. It's gonna be a very conscious and difficult move, but I think we're gonna try and make it. It's gonna be the best thing I could do for Ella is moving her out of the place that's giving her migraines, because, you know, Ella suffers from migraines every single week, right? And if you've ever had a migraine and you're like, bro, the like 3 migraines I get a year are debilitating. Imagine that between 3 and 7 times a week. That's what Ella deals with. She is the strongest person I know. She is. Imagine getting a migraine between 3 and 7 times a week and everything that comes with that. And if you've had a migraine, you know everything that comes with that. So, and a lot of the reasons why she suffers from it is because we live where we live. So if we live somewhere where closer to the sea level, she might only have like 1 migraine a week, which would be a massive improvement in her quality of life, right? When we go to Maui for visiting her family, a lot of people like friends of mine would be like, ooh, must be nice to go on a big rich luxury vacation. It's like, bro, plane tickets are paid for by fucking in-laws very kindly. Place is paid for by family very kindly because we just stay with our family. Food is like whatever, it's pretty easy, and the reason we do it is to give Ella a break from her migraines for a little bit. So yeah, no, probably trying to get away again this year sometime to give her Ella a break for her migraines as well. But the goal is to move out to the coast and hopefully get somewhere that we can get Ella situated and happy. So born and raised in BC, lived in a number of areas. If you ever want to discuss areas of have thoughts, I would love that. Honestly, Steve, I would, because so I have friends that live in BC. They all basically grew up in like central, like super rich Vancouver area, like just south of downtown. I don't know their areas that well, but like proper Vancouver, somewhere in between downtown Richmond and UBC. So like super nice, super great, families loaded. And so their opinions on where to live and how to get by or whatever, like, well, I moved out of my family's estate to this like mansion that I bought for myself from my, you know, software engineering job or whatever. That's great. It's amazingly great, but and I'm not faulting them for that. But admittedly, by themselves, they have no fucking clue what, like, where to go in that area. Like Shaughnessy, yeah, it's Shaughnessy. That's the area. So yeah, that's like parents bought houses in Shaughnessy, like, you know, 60 years ago type thing, and fucking inherited their whatever, and so never had to, like, you know, so I don't know, they moved out of there to the one place that they wanted. They don't have any fucking idea where to live in that area of town or anywhere near. So the joke I always make, Steve, is if you start at the most expensive places close to UBC and you go inland from there, I live in the most affordable neighborhood as close as I can to the UBC campus, that whole like area, and that happens to be near Calgary, Alberta. So that's, yeah, because you go out, you know, you're like, oh, here, and then Poco, whatever, and Hope, and Kamloops, Revelstoke, Banff, and then it becomes affordable after that. So but hopefully we can get somewhere a little bit lower elevation and closer to sea level with less atmospheric barometric changes for Ella. Had high aspirations to hit 300, but then my very first niece was born. Oh shit, congratulations, bro. That's huge. Holy fuck. Congratulations to you, to your brother and sister and whatever the in-law is of that. And congratulations to your family, Brooklyn. That's amazing. A lot of time I would have spent walking has been spent having newborn snuggles so mama can nap. That is amazing, and what a privilege it is. Then I'm thrilled for you, bro. That's awesome. I didn't get to see my nephew when he was born for a long time because mama had a rough time. You know, a rough time bringing his dumbass into the world. So I didn't get to see him until he was like 8 months old or whatever. So that's awesome. I hope you treasure that time with your niece right there. I've been Port Moody for a bit over 20 years, so I know what you're talking about. Okay, yeah, I'm not exactly sure where Port Moody is, but I think is it north, whatever? I don't know. I don't know the Vancouver area that well. Ellie better once the sea level rises a few feet. Yes, exactly. Yeah, all we need to do is have sea level rise to flood the entire mountains and then reach Alberta, the Alberta border, and we'll be good. Yeah, so we're just fingers crossed, right? Got that GW happening. We're obsessed with her. She's perfect little angel baby. That's awesome, dude. I'm really happy for you. Like, genuinely. Between Burnley and Coquitlam. Oh, okay. Oh, that's a nice area. That's cool, dude. All right. Well, that's rad. That's fucking sick, man. All right. Okay. We gotta answer our question for Ashy of what goes with light blue. Okay. We gotta do something pretty good here. So our painting for the day is going to be. It's gonna be something cool, bro. We're gonna get it. It's the first painting of the week, okay? First painting of the week. And record, please. There we go. Okay. Speed painting number, whatever number we're on. Go. Okay, so we're gonna start off with some light blues for Ashy O'Hart's sake. Because Ashy of Heart has posed the question of what goes with light blue. Ashley, I gotta ask you some questions about Horse Girl game, because I don't really know what I'm doing, and I scouted and used my like special tickets for SRs and shit like that, and I don't really know if I got the right things or whatever, but I got some pretty good cards, and I want to see what is necessarily like the right things to do with my investments, my free investments of no investing. But pull for the newest Ashy of Heart card. Oh, my bad. Okay. All right, Ashy, if you want to know what goes with light blue, in my opinion, in my expert opinion, and I've been doing this opinion having thing for, at this point, decades. I've had opinions on things. And realistically, if you want to know the opinion of a Vanball art on what goes with light blue, the answer would be a sandy, a golden yellow, or some variation of orange warm hues. And everybody knows that. Everybody knows this shit, man. I'm not saying anything new here necessarily to the art enthusiasts, but I think that I really love pairing light blues and browns. I'm very much of a golden blue fan in almost any sort of situation. The Odin sleep has taken Ulner. Is that a horse? know if it's just me, but video is choppy. Sometimes it's just the Photoshop, sometimes both the webcam and Photoshop screen. The brush circle is very jittery. Really? See if I have any dropped frames or anything. I don't have any dropped frames, and my bitrate is okay, so I don't know. Might just be could just be you, Guapo. I'm not sure. I will examine. I'll consider. I'll ponder. Okay. Where do we want to start here? Only when brush is being used. That's weird. Is anyone else having some weird nonsense? Specifically when you did the big swaths of color. Really? Is it still choppy and gross for you guys, or? Oh my god. Okay, that could be my problem. So yeah, that's likely. You're not crazy. Likely it is my computer then. I didn't look to see if it was to see it being choppy and gross, so I apologize. It's likely an issue of my Photoshop not Photoshopping properly, so I apologize. Here, I'm gonna try it again. Let's see. Ooh, yeah, you're right. Wow. Oh, it's still choppy. Okay. Ooh, no, it hasn't fixed itself yet. Sorry, I can fix this. Oh, it fixed itself. Okay, cool. All right, lesson learned. I have to do this a different way today. Oh man. Okay, we're gonna do this the hard way then. That's all right. That's all right. It's gonna be a little bit more scuffed, but. Is you $15,000 PC to art? Well, legitimately, Cobalt, I need a new GPU. I need a GPU, and that's about $4,000. So the thing with the giant blurry brush is not something new. Yeah. Okay. Well, I do apologize. I will try and... Oh god, how do we do this then? I will try and see if I can work around it then. So, and if I have to do one or two little sections or segments of that, I'll try and do them quickly and hopefully they don't take too much. So, apologize for that, guys. It's probably really annoying to look at, so I'm sorry I didn't realize that was a thing. Thanks for letting me know, though. What you rocking now, 3080? Yes. Somewhere. Well, no, I'm rocking a 3080 Ti. So, unfortunately, Cobalt, I need a 4090. I need a 4090. The reason is because the new 4080 series, 58, no, what is it? 50, sorry, I need a 5090. The 80 series is not... The problem with the 80 series and the 70 series for the new generations is that a lot of them have like that AI acceleration shit, and they don't have the raw chunky horsepower that you need to actually process shit. So this is, I thought I was crazy, but this was like a discussion had in the artist community that I was late to. But apparently a lot of artists are really mad about this because you either have two choices. You can go all the way to the maximum horsepower, biggest, most beefy card out there right now, those 5090s, or you can switch to something that is AMD based. The problem is that's a whole nother cost that I don't want to incur right now. Even though I'm very favorable to AMD, Intel's losing me right now at a rapid rate. I just can't switch. And even then, the newest AMD cards do not have as much VRAM as the 5090 does, which is the big thing that I need. That chunkiness, that choppiness, a lot of it's because I don't have the VRAM to run Photoshop and stream it. So if I'm trying to do anything that's a large selection or whatever in Photoshop, on the larger end, my graphics card is just not handling it that well anymore, and my GPU might be kind of having a hard time over that as well, just because it's getting older. But regardless, yeah. So I need a 50. The card needs a 5090, unfortunately. And that fucking sucks because that means that there's no mid-level option. There's no paying for 80% of the power by paying and getting, you know, 70% of the whatever return. There's none of that. For me, I have to go all the way to the wall or nothing at all. It wouldn't be useful for me to upgrade to literally any card between now or between my card and the 5090s. There's no card in between that would be a worthwhile upgrade, except for going to the absolute peak pinnacle of it. And then even then 4090 you can make a case for, the last generation's 90 series card. But the problem is those are out of like turbo out of stock everywhere and hard to find and whatever. And then you're still like paying like 2.5 grand for a card that's not really going to get you anywhere. So I want to let you know in case you recorded this and put it in social media. So anytime I've had chopping issues, they haven't affect recordings, which is actually kind of nice, Guapo. So yeah, unless it freezes my Photoshop, then it doesn't show up on the recording. It'll freeze stream a little bit, and that's it, which really sucks. So also advice, you want a bunch of support cards, specifically the Kita-san Black banner to get the account started, because once you have a good support cards, you never need new ones. You can just pull whatever Umas you like. Okay, hold up real quick, just pause interlude 1 second. Actually, I want let me tell you what the fucking super SS double triple three star R whatever. Shut up, Uma. The big triple fucking Uber boost. No, I don't want my login bonus. Stop it. Stop it. Shut it. Get out of here. No. Event login bonus. No. Close. Enhance. Support cards. Level up. Close. So the big SSRs I got were Seiyun Sky. Wait. Yeah. Oh, which number is it? Yeah. Seiyun Sai, Tamamo Cross, Gold City, and Twin Turbo. I don't think I have even an SR Kita-san Black. Fuck, man. Which one's that? Shit. My account's garbage. I should delete it and start again, shouldn't I, Ashy? Look at you chopping all. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. That's a vote of confidence I didn't know I needed. But thanks, dude. What if I try a much smaller airbrush? Because I need to do a little bit of a pass here. Let's try spacing it out more, just a little bit more, and just try this real quick. Okay. That's not bad then. I don't think that's killing anything. Doesn't look like it's killing anything. Okay, alright. We might have fixed some of the issues anyway. Maybe. We'll see. Hopefully. Because I need to blend this color in a little bit between them, so that would be nice if I could count on that at the very least. I was looking at for general performance reasons. I'm a big fan of hardcore processing power to handle large volumes. Yeah, I really think that I need to move up to that card. It's just, man, like the last time I bought a new GPU and it was like $2,000 or whatever. That was like a hard. That was tough, man. That was really tough. That was a hard. It was kind of a hard sell for me. So I got to figure out what to do with that. Okay. Ooh, I should be doing some different layers, shouldn't I? Ooh. Okay. All right. I'm going to use a second layer here. I'm going to give myself the indulgence of a second layer, all right? For my little tower thingy out in the middle here. And we'll clip it down so I don't go out of the bounds. And perfect, man. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Look at me doing my thing. It's almost like I know what I'm doing, kind of, sometimes. We'll expertly demonstrate to Ashy what the proper color balance is for blues. I'll show my promise and prestige as an artist of mediocre caliber, alright? Even that's not too bad. Okay. The problem will come when I try and like unify a lot of these colors by doing some like dodging ass shit in the background here. Like this. Let's try. Oh, wait. How's that? Is that too much? No, we're good. We're good. A second layer? I know, Maggie. I'm a terrible artist. And my habits are as embarrassing and humiliating as one might assume in the second use of a fucking layer. Could you imagine? Holy. I know. I know. I know. Call me out. It's fine. Call me a bad artist all you want. You know, you won't be wrong. Oh, all this is on the fucking layer I wasn't gonna do the thing on. Damn it. Okay. There we go. There we go. Okay. Alright, I fixed it. I fixed it. Don't worry. We got there in the end somehow. Still not killing me. Okay, cool. Cool. That's rad, bro. Need to do some probably darker clouds in here in the foreground before I do all that background shit. So I'm gonna do those on. Ooh, I'm gonna use my second layer here. I got 2 layers, man. I've already let the good people down. I can use that second layer for all the cheaty pants nonsense I want to do with clouds. Yeah, man. A lot of this will dissolve into the background, so it's not a big deal. Not an issue at all. Could have done a third layer here to maybe fix things and figure it out for myself, but you know, we don't want to get too scandalous with the cheaty pantsy brush, do we? There's a lot. Wait, if I was allowed to use layers, I would have been much better at coloring the lines as a kid. Ooh, and that's why you should never use digital tools until you're ready. Yep. I will always be the asshole, killing any joy or excitement or enthusiasm people have to use whatever tools they're using. I will always kill the buzz. I will always tell you to wait. To wait until you absolutely can't wait anymore to use your digital tools. If you use your digital tools too early, you will destroy your career. And no one wants to destroy their career, alright? Except for maybe Cinder. I'm kidding. It's a joke, alright? Who said you were bad? I did, Nick. And Thorkin. Thorkin said too. Thorkin said if I had $1 for every time Evan did something stupid in his art, I'd have, well, however you count dollars in French, I don't fucking know. I don't know, man. I don't even try and count stuff in French anymore. They'd be like, hey, how much does this cost? And they'd be like, well, it costs like 72, like 270s of dollars. And you're like, wait, how much? Isn't that 140? No, it's 270s. Like, what the fuck? Why don't you say 140? Oh, we don't have a word for 140. Why not? Well, because we prefer the arcane and obscure numbering system of the French numerations. You're like, okay, man, that's fine, I guess. That's cool. As long as you're having a good time, I suppose. And you know what? They are having a good time, which is why they do it. So, who am I to judge? 4, 20, 10, $8, please. Exactly. I'm surprised you guys don't put some arbitrary subtractions in there. I would like 4, 20, 10, 8 minus $2, please. That's how much it'll cost. In fact, I'm very shocked that that's not a thing that you guys do in your numbering systems. If you ask me, that's the next, like... That's the next logical step. But look, I don't know what I'm talking about, alright? Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me over here, alright? I don't invent new languages. Cobalt does that shit. Cobalt's the language expert. I'm just LARPing, okay? It'll cost 11 quarters. Oh, we're using made-up names. Yep. Yep. Ashy gets it. Ashy understands. I need to have like arbitrary numbers and stuff that I can tell people prices are for Ella's dice when we go to Ren fairs.
43 months. Greetings
Bro,
from
what's up, Croc?
Mount. We will be passing near Calgary on Wednesday.
Oh, hell yeah, man. That's fucking dope. Let's go. That's awesome, man. I'm glad you're on your trip and getting after it, bro. That's sick. Thanks for the sub, Croc. Hope everything's going swell on the road trip. I believe Croc's going somewhere pretty far north, like Alaska or something. Off on a journey of a lifetime, or so they say. So they say the trip is. Through the Canadian wilderness in the north. The journey of a lifetime. Is it my lifetime? No, I would never go there that way. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? You think I'd be caught dead going farther north in Canada? Oh boy, could you imagine? Bro, what the? Got some fucking fighter jets flying over. Good God, man. Ever since that summit nearby where I live, they've been getting after it. Okay. We need some shapes in here. We need some serious shapes. We gotta contextualize maybe a bit of a runic structure in the background here, so that I can properly illustrate to Ashy what it means to combine blue with shades of warm gold and sandy yellows, or whatever I said earlier. That sounds smart. Be in Sitka, Alaska on August 5th. That's dope, man. That's a cool trip up there. It'll be a good time. Be a real good time. Capacity, let's do let's dodge it out just a smidge. How about we? Oops. Something like that. Oh, that's okay. I don't mind that. And we can do some. Ooh. You know what? I need lower opacity on my brush. That's what I need. Then delete all this garbage. Oh yeah, man, we're getting there. Cool. The painting is working so far. Could you imagine? Can you imagine what this feels like to have things work out on shitty little paintings? I could imagine it. In fact, I spend all day imagining what it's like for paintings to work out finally. What's up, Plucci? Good to see you, man. Fighter jets are... I love fighter jets, bro. Teaching art there for at least a year. Teaching art? Wait, who are you teaching art to? That's cool, man. Who's receiving your instruction? Bro, even I'm not good enough to teach art. I didn't realize you had accomplished so much in your career so far. That's fucking lit, bro. Good for you, man. That's awesome. Let's go with this. Let's do some little highlights and lights and stuff in our tower. Just the one tower there. We'll leave the others kind of dark and decrepit. Really play on our lights here. Imply maybe that there's a little dwarven city in here or something along those lines. Little dottings of lights throughout. Remember, these kind of paintings are supposed to be very loose, very chill, very quick. We're already working on it for 20 minutes. I only have like 8 minutes left. I was yapping, so I'll give myself a little bit of a breather on it. Do my CC pieces for the day. All right, good luck, man. Good luck. High school. Damn, all right. Okay. Give them the real D&D experience of being too poor to avoid things. It'll cost 2 gold the customer. How much is that in American? 2 gold coins? Oh my god. That's thousands of dollars. For an ounce of gold? Holy. Price of gold went up in the last couple of years, man. My dreams of owning hordes of gold coins for the novelty sake of playing D&D with real gold treasure, those dreams are slowly coming to an end, I feel. One way or another. Good god, man. But no, I need to do like... No, actually, I need like actual... Let me just merge this shit now. The one layer real quick. Merge down and merge down, and there we go. Anyway, I need to actually do like some serious like RP related building of the Evan Blair Art X Ella Blackwood brand, because there's a good chance that Ella and I might be going to a fantasy ball or two in the next year or two as vendors. Let me tell you, any of you ever been to a fantasy ball before? Because I certainly have not, and I don't really know what to expect. I mean, I've seen the videos, I've seen the pictures, I've heard the stories, but I've never really like looked into it. But yeah, there's a couple of like castles near where we live that apparently there's some fantasy balls. One of them is Akotar themed, and Ella applied for vendorship there. So we shall see, my friends. Maybe I'll be entering my new era of book talk aficionatum, right? Maybe that'll be my new thing, a Vanable book talk. But yeah, I'll need to be all formal and stuff and be able to like really enhance the experience of the lords and ladies of the dance, the attendees of the ball, and greet them as a proper character in the realms of whatever the fuck it is I'm doing. However the fuck I'm gonna RP this shit for them. Let's do... there we go. Let's do some reds here. Let's experiment. I'm shooting from the hip this morning, alright? I don't have a great idea of our end game color palette. We're just doing some crazy shit. Curious to know what you thought of the mech in finished work. No worries if not. The mech in finished work. For you, Thorkin, I check finished work anytime. What do I think of the mech? Let's see. 7.4 resource gathering spaceship. I love it. I'm getting Kojima-esque vibes from it, like the Kojima style of mecha. I love the shape language, Thorkin. The Star Hopper, that's super sick. The only thing that I'd love to do and see in the design is to really push that fucking intricacy in panel lining. I love to see the bigger components made up of smaller, or for a deviation from the detail to be even more concentrated in the small connector areas, so that you have the nice like large plates of the wings and things like that as your sort of like blank open spaces, but then to really push the detail in other smaller areas. Rivets and shit like that. It's great, man. That's a really cool piece. I like that. Okay, novelty casino coins, not chips, actual coins, and use those for your D&D currency. There's a site called Campaign Coins that makes them that I really like them from, but I think that's what I'm gonna have to do, actually. It's still like $70 for like 50 coins or whatever. I was thinking about doing them for trinkets, because apparently it's a thing at Ren fairs and conventions people like to do. I fucking hate that shit, but you know, I never want to not live up to the expectations of the Ren Fair dumb and their entire whatever. So, oops, how do we unify this? Let's go. No, I don't want to wash out too much. Let's not wash that much, please. Let's really get this golden. Let's risk washing things out a bit. And pull it back. And then pull it back. And I pull back. Okay. Ooh, 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 ooh. Too much. Too much. Chill, bro. Chill, man. Lose some of our distant clouds. Just make a lot of complexity in our sky here. We don't really know what's going on, but we know it's a texture that kind of vaguely reminds us of an occupied sky. Landscape sketch looks like finding life, surviving, and thriving despite being in the harsh desert landscape. Ooh, I like that. That's nice. Good, good description. That's the art way that is right there. I'm impressed. I gotta get better at that myself. Used to do that a lot in art school. Isn't a fantasy ball just Ren Fair with shrimp cocktails? It's a very expensive and fancy Ren Fair with fine music and lords and ladies dressed and adorned in their garb. It's a whole thing, man. You wouldn't believe how hard people go on this shit. You know what? I wonder if I could do some little, like... little buffets of orange and color here. Let me try. Let me try something here. Oh, that's cool, man. Ooh, yeah, this is nice. This is nice. I like that. Want to have garb one day? You could have garb today, Atari. You could. Never been serious, but want to attend one, honestly, mostly for the excuse to wear and purchase a floofy princess dress. Well, there you go. That's a great reason. You know? But, you know, that'd be a hilarious, like, Eldaricon type thing. If I get to go to these events, if we get accepted into them, which we probably will, just don't know if it's official yet. Ella's like applied and whatnot. And her friend got accepted in, who applied a little bit before her, which is cool. But if we get to go do this whole Ren Fair ball, fantasy ball thing in the mountains, I will definitely let you guys know so that you can definitely book the time off to go to the mountains of Canada for a fancy, expensive fantasy ball. There you go. There you go. Come see me. Say, hey, Evan, you look good in your kilt. Nice kilt, bruh. I'll say, thanks, man. Nice, flowery princess dress. Be like, thanks, bro. It'll be nice. We'll get along. It'll be good. Garb in this economy? Never mind. Yeah, never mind. I forgot. I forgot the the position. I forgot the place that we lived. Garb in this economy, exactly. Tari gets it. Where am I at? 31 minutes? Okay, alright. I gotta finish this up real quick. Gotta finish this up. Let me do a little fluttering stars and shit. I have a bird brush. I should really make a bird brush. Is this a bird brush? Oh my god. What a great great bird brush. Holy, leave it to the painters to have a great bird brush. Of course, Dahmer would have a bird brush. Okay, where do I put these? I was just having fun. I need to actually... I need to actually put some birds out here. Fucking sick, bro. This is some painter shit right here. Let me just do a quick little detailing here. And I'll give myself a minute and 30 seconds. That's how I'm gonna give myself to do the last little bits of detail here in the front. Make this piece come alive in the foreground. Oh god. Oh god. This is painter shit. Oh god. Zoom out. We're gonna zoom out super far to this. It's gonna be worth it. It's gonna be good. We're gonna chop and rechop and place and replace and then do the thing and then highlight the facets and make sure the edges are good and the light is makes sense and oh man. Ooh. And contextualize the highlights. Okay, I'm done. No more. Put your brush down. Brush it down, everybody. Last details. Brush it down. Okay. Yep. We're done. No more detailing. Everybody. Yep. Okay. All right. Okay, we're done. Okay. Nice, man. Nice. All right. All right. Okay. Ooh, wait. Let me just do this in color dodge. It's cooler. Oh, yeah, this is glowing. Signature is on fire then. What number is this? 03? It is 03. Okay, cool. We got a little concept painting there. We're gonna end the recording. Let's see it come together then. So first, recap. This was the first one we did. A little kind of, you know, pastel-y tower in the middle of nowhere. And we spent a little bit more time on it. This is about a 20 or 30 minute one again. This is some clouds and towers and being a little classical and shit. And then today we got something a little bit different, you know, because Ashy posed the question, what goes with blue and what? I should make some video. I should. What do I say at the end? And that is what goes with light blue. All right. Good job. All right. We got it. Good painting, everybody. Nice. Good warm up. Okay. Let's get into our projects today then. Neat. You're looking great. Thanks, man. I think these will be good little card art things too, for little concept things. So this I imagine to be a city kind of built into the rocks in Lemashir, like one of the old ruined cities built and or still being occupied or whatever. Imagine finally going back to the gym and blowing everything out in 3 minutes of stairs steppers. Good job, Aduria. Yep. Sometimes the injury burns so good. I'm proud of you. Oh, I didn't do a tree in the foreground. I was gonna do a tree in the Oh man, I was gonna do a. Fuck, bro. Wait, is there a tree brush? Oh my god, is there a tree brush? Fuck. I was hoping that I could use this tree stamp brush and show all the reasons why you shouldn't do that. But we're doing concept art today, so it's different. I was gonna do like a little, I don't know what I call it. Like a little... Oh, I'm a color dodge. That's the problem. I'm the problem. I was gonna do a little, like, fucking... tree thingy here. With, like, a little staff man. Some of this kind of looking shit. Oh well. Didn't do it. Save it for next one. Next one. We're not going to forget Staff Man, okay? Next piece, we're not going to forget Staff Man. Okay, I want to make sure that they're recorded well, because I'm actually going to use these for a video. Let's see. Did it record properly? Okay. Alright. Wait, how much room do I have? How much space do I have? 7 gigs. Ooh, I gotta delete something here real quick. Hold up. Wait. We gotta delete some shit real quick. What can I delete? Damn it, nothing. Wait, no, I can delete the castle I did for Lady Silesian. Perfect, because I already made a video of that. Nice. Okay, that should free up some space. So now I have, yeah, 19 gigs free. Okay, cool. So this is the recording. All right, 3, 2, 1. Ooh, I like the development of that. Hey, that was nice. That was satisfying. The blocking and everything, and it just kind of came together and exploded at the end. I like the end details. I like that I did that. Look at that. Look at that. Before, after. Nice. Cool. That's some real painter shit right there. That's cool. Nice. All right. Save that shit. Okay. Okay. We got ourselves a paladin we're drawing today. The request came from Coffee, all the way from Coffee, for one... Ooh, what the fuck? No, NVIDIA, get out of here. For one Lexer, I believe this one's for a paladin. For a glorious and mighty and beautiful paladin. So, once again... Ooh, wait. Why am I... Range, new window for commissions. Gotta plop this on here. And then we gotta zoom in. Ooh, I gotta reset this up because it's a brand new project, isn't it? Look at me being on top of it, man. Look at me knowing what's up. So we're gonna draw paladins. We're gonna answer the question. We are going to answer the question once and for all. What is the best D&D class? We are once and for all going to answer the question. Indeed, what is the best D&D class? By drawing, in fact, the best D&D class. And you and I both know that is the Paladin. Okay, let's get to it. Let's fucking get... Oh, no, bad start. Bad start. Oh, God. Tools. Okay, there we go. All right. Okay. Record. Boom. Gross? What do you mean not? What do you mean gross? Paladin is the best class. They can do everything. I love paladins too. I don't care. I loved paladins when they weren't popular. I love paladins when they were popular. I will love paladins in any edition. I'll love paladins if they have a different name, like Avenger. Okay? I will always love me a good paladin. You know why? 'Cause they're fucking sick. It's always paladins. Ella gets it. Yep, she gets it. Merchant hub after a grueling desert trek with ornery camel because the druid failed her animal handling check. I thought you were going to say because the druid turned into a camel. Like, how often does that happen in D&D? This comes back to the whole barrack debate. Never mind. I don't want to stir up that trauma from 2021. We can let that one go. Never mind. My mistake. I regret bringing it up. Very good style development you have, but or have you been doing these secretly or just recently on stream? Literally, Guapo. These are the first 3 back. 1, 2, and 3. These are literally the first 3 back. Yeah, I haven't been painting in secret. I haven't had time. I've been too preoccupied with other projects and things that actually like are very important. So I haven't been doing paintings because I haven't wanted to spend the time and commit the time to doing large, massive, like, 50-hour paintings. So no, this is just me pulling together my ancient skill of speed painting. I used to do probably 5 of these a day when I was in art school. Yep, I used to do like 5 a day. So I really miss it. I want to get back to the habit of doing them because I think that they are extremely important for the development of the skill set that I want to develop, And yeah, I'm having fun with it. I'm really enjoying it thoroughly. So what if I just use this as the finished line work here? Oh, I could do that. That'd be so nice. It'd be so like loose and sketchy. Ooh, the Blackguard's the most fun paladin. Do you think a Blackguard is the most fun paladin? That's a Blackguard's a paladin that forgot how to paladin. What do you mean the Blackguard's the most fun paladin? That's like saying that the best flavor of Starburst is Skittles. Yo, wait, actually true though, hey? Yo, kind of cooked on that one. Okay, and then we're gonna do a little crown thingy, and it's gonna be dope. And then we'll use this as the little thingies for the whatever, and make it all paladinly and nice and beautiful. And I fucking love paladins, man. That's it. Commissions open, but only for paladins. I'll open new requests on coffee, but you can only request a paladin. Oh, speaking of shit being open on coffee, Ella's going to have her commissions open on coffee. Because getting a commission done from Ella has always been a difficult and arcane thing to do that nobody really knows how to do it unless you kind of know the way. But two Blackwood Dice related things. So, first thing is Ella on Ella of Ella Blackwood Dice.Ella has released pre-orders. Well, first of all, so Ella did a shop update. Ella has enhanced her shop and released new sets of dice. I have to say, okay, real quick. This is maybe one of my favorite sets of dice that Ella has ever made. Okay. All right. I have demanded to Ella, to Lady Blackwood, that she remake this like dope ass golden kind of sandy set. Look at the colors, man. I have demandation has been made that she remake these for a regular inventory, because this is probably one of my favorite sets that she's ever made. So I might yoink this one. So you guys have, if you want this set in particular, you have literally, I'm going to say 48 hours to buy it before I fucking yoink it. And then Ella won't have this set again for a little while, because she's going to remake them, and I kind of want the first one. But if you want the first one of the set, you have 40 hours before it's fucking gone before I yoink that shit. She has also her Geo Chunks. She told you guys about this a long time ago and hasn't really updated anything for it, but she has her first Geo Chunks on her site now, which is dope. She's had these for a little while. They were market exclusive for a long time because she just couldn't keep them in stock at markets, but she's really been pushing this summer to get them out. So the Geo Chonks, the Geode sets, the full-on Geode sets are also fucking insane. The amount of time it takes Ella to make a Geode set is honestly ridiculous. That's why she's never had them on her site, because she keeps selling them out in markets. So Ella Blackwood shop update is live. Also, most importantly, Ella has opened up pre-orders for the advent calendars. I believe she said she's doing 15 slots this year. Maybe it was 10. I could have remembered wrong, but I don't know how many. She doesn't have an inventory posted on her website right now. I was expecting to see it and be like, oh my god, there's only like 4 left in stock. I do know that, I'm not sure if there's a hidden one that I can't see, but Rocking Spoon, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. But Ella Advent Calendars 2025 are available for this season, and I don't know how many she has, but she definitely doesn't have like more than 10 left, so it's probably like 3. Anyway, there you go, Blackwood Dice Advent Calendar. So pretty cool, man. Pretty fucking cool, dude. Ella's got her whole shop up, and of course sets are already gone. I don't know if she has the full out of stock ones on here. Yeah, she has some of them, because if you want first access to Ella's shop updates and sales, as well as discount codes, you can support her on Patreon. Patreon.com/Blackwood Dice. Blackwood Dice, the official dice of Evan Blair Art. And Ella Blackwood Dice, the only sponsor for Electronic Blair Arts. There you go. There you go. And they said I wasn't big enough to have sponsors. Pfft. I'm too big for sponsors, man. I'm like the Mr. Beast of being too big for sponsors. He made Feastables so someone could afford his marketing. No one could afford to sponsor my stream, so Ella made her own dice company. Dude, these are so fucking good. Oh, they're sold out. Okay, we'll get Ben. I was gonna say, these were one of my favorite sets. This Opal, the Kandrian Opal. She's going to be remaking them, but look at this fucking set. Probably one of my favorite sets she's ever made. This one, and like I said, the sandy goldy orange one that you nerds have between 48 and less hours before I yoink this shit. So, anyway, I'm very proud of Ella. She got her dice up. She got her advent calendar popping. The Blue Cherry Blossom set is one of the most beautiful sets I own. I'm glad you like it, man. The hand painted Ella Blackwood dice. Crazy. Yeah, the amount of people at Ren Fair that were just absolutely shocked. They were shooketh at the idea of Ella hand painting and hand making her sets. Like, it was very strange. I don't really understand, but there were a number of people that were like that thought that, I don't know. They couldn't process the fact that Ella makes her own dice. I had a lot of people questioning, like, so where do you get your dice from? Or like, oh, where are these made? Whatever. You know? Oh, cool. Who makes your dice for you? I got that a lot, man. I got that a lot over the weekend that we did Ren Fair. And honestly, that's probably kind of a flex, isn't it? It's kind of a compliment. People start saying shit like, oh, where'd you get your dice made? Lady Blackwood herself. What the fuck do you mean? Like, no way. She can't hand paint this herself. That would take too long. Yeah, well. Can I introduce you to Ella fucking Blackwood, I guess, right? You know? You know? So we gotta maybe prep for other events that I'm not anticipating, like maybe fantasy medieval balls. We'll see if we get in. We'll see if Ella gets accepted and requested to bring her wares to the fantasy medieval ball this winter. Really cool locations these balls are at. The ones next are very close to Ella and I in Banff, Alberta. But this one's a little bit further out in one of the most beautiful places in the entire world, Lake Louise, Canada. I've like come to accept that people actually travel to see the place that Ella and I live and call home, you know? That's like a thing that people will do. That it's like worth coming to see. It's always wild to me when I see a tourist. Cause we get tourists pretty close to where I live. And I'll be like, yo man, what's up? And they'll be like, cheerio, governor. I say, old chap, can you direct me to this location? I'm like, oh yeah, it's down the street there, man. Yeah, it's right there. That sign, that's what it says. And they're like, oh, jolly good. Tip of the top hat, gov. See, I knew Canadians were nice. And you're like, all right, whatever, man. And I can't believe that somebody would spend their fucking vacation money. They could go anywhere in the world. They could travel on a plane across the ocean to anywhere. And they choose the Canadian Rockies. I'm like, bro, you could have gone to Jakarta. You could have gone to the Maldives, bro. What are you doing here? What are you doing in Canada? What are you doing in the Rockies, man? It's cold here. Go home. But they like it. They insist that it's worth it. That it's worth the trip. So, I don't know. I don't know, man. There's something to it. It'd be worth coming out for. I hold an Eldaracon somewhere nearby. We gotta figure out how much it would be to reserve like a place in the Banff Springs Hotel, the Fairmont there. Cause oh man, could you imagine if Eldaracon was in a literal fucking castle? I can imagine if Eldaracon was in a literal castle. In fact, I can imagine it quietly. Verily, even. Now, do I want Eldaracon to be in a castle? I don't know. It sounds like a lot of work. Sounds expensive. But I think it'd be pretty cool. Be very, I don't know, very on brand with the realms of Eldara. I guess. At least Cobalt would show up if it was in Banff, Alberta, in the castle. Maybe like Louise, I don't know. Only 3,281 for one night. So a night at the hotel is about 550 Canadian. Yep. Yep. Yeah, that's like what, $400 US?
That's a lot, man.
But it's pretty cool. It's in the mountains, bro. What software is this? It is indeed Adobe Photoshop. Thank you, Cass. I appreciate that. Everything I do, everything you ever see me do is in Adobe Photoshop. I am an Adobe user to the core. I learned on it. I tried other software some extensively, and I've never found a software that does everything I want quite the way Photoshop does. So $29.56 this weekend on... Wait, what? The fuck? It's $3,000 for a last minute stay this weekend? That's insane, man. That's actually insane. I mean, I'm kind of impressed, to be honest. I'm kind of impressed. If I'm being real. W. Fairmont, I suppose. Get in there. Well, yeah, Fantasy Ball should be fun if we get a chance to go. If not, we'll probably get a chance to go next year. But I didn't realize this was another sort of whole, like, place for markets and whatnot. Right? Doria.
Everything,
bro,
including the stream, he
yes,
actually pre-drew and animates the entire stream every day.
Yeah, really. I'm just that good. Yeah, thanks for 100 bits, man. You're insane. What inspired this sort of style? What inspired this sort of style? Well, do you mean like the background and parchment? Classical RPGs then inspired the background and the parchment. Yes. That's probably, if you're thinking about the sketch and the parchment and the old worn and weathered look, that is old RPGs. You know, when they had actual immersive art in them. That was the good old days, man. That's the kind of stuff that I liked. I find a lot of the modern RPG books to be a little lacking in, what's the word, soul, maybe? You know, he's a huge nerd? Dude, I'm getting called out in my YouTube chat, bro. Bro, my unofficial YouTube mods are being toxic. Bro. Holy. Getting fucking dumpstered on like this. I don't know if I like it. I kind of like it, actually. It's nice. After this morning, when I had so much trouble going live, I decided I'm finally going to buy a Restream.io .professional account $200 a year. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it, man. Then I can stream once again on TikTok. If you're going to nerd, I'd love your opinions on 3E versus 4E versus 5E's art styles. I think 4th edition was the beginning of the end. Yuna agrees. Bro. Wait, she's got her bitchy bark on. That means there's probably a delivery. That was her bitchiest version of her bark. I think 4th ed is where it started to die. I mean, you look at the cover. Look at the cover of a 3.5 PHP. Alright. The 3.5 edition player's handbook lit looked... The fuck? I can't open this. Open an image in your tab. There we go. The 3.5 player's handbook looks so good. Like, take it or leave it, I get it. It's not everybody's cup of tea, but at least it had some soul in it, you know? These books felt like they were ancient tomes of power. And they were, I think, improvements upon the second or the 3rd edition books. 3rd edition was great. 3.5 was where it was at. 4th ed is where they started to die. The art, it became art focused and art first, and that's fine. It's fine to like have your art on there and have a really nice piece of art, but it became more graphic designy. You still see emblems and elements in there of like sort of texture and material in the books. You still had shit like, you know, the D&D fucking 4th ed collection book with these like kind of Warcraft-esque like portraits border thing. Whoops, portrait border things. Like it still had some soul in it, but it was the beginning of the end. By 5th edition, I think this is the modern cleanliness and design that people sort of think they want. Oops. The modern cleanliness and design that people think they want. Now, I will say they're not doing the worst job, especially the inside design I really love. But the outside, like, it's very clean. It's very whatever. It's very polished, very smooth, very nice. But I think it lacks some soul. You know, I think that they've whether it was a good idea or not, it probably was a good idea though, to sacrifice the soul of the design and the personality of the product in the name of maybe like sort of like shelf appeal and that kind of clean design slate that everybody likes and liked at the time. You know, very, very logo icon forward, but I find it personally, for my own tastes, a little bit predictable, a little bit samey, and honestly kind of bland. So but I have a very specific and unpopular opinion on it, which is why I'm not in charge of any massive products graphic design, except for mine. That I'm responsible for mine. Yeah, that's it. So it's also just the style in general as well. Then it's so cool. Well, thanks, dude. Oh, you mean like the sketch style, like the style of derivative sort of simplifications? A lot of that comes from a mixture of concept art background and classical painting. If you're thinking more about that type of thing, then that's kind of where I come from in that regard. So yeah, man. All right, let's see if we can get some crowns and shit done here. Okay. This is gonna be tough. How do I do this here? It's gonna be a little awkward, but you know what? I'm gonna call this the line work layer. That is our... Okay. I didn't screw that up. We're good. 3 felt very in universe, which I appreciate. 4 felt comic booky. This could be you. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't love the, for all the charms that 4th Ed had, I don't think that I'm the biggest fan of their graphic design. I think it was pretty... Well, I think it's pretty weak, to be honest, you know? I think that, it, like I said, it's the beginning of the end, and it still possessed a little bit of the charm, but it had lost the soul. The soul had left the body of the 4th edition books, in my opinion. And they did not recover. They only got worse after that. But at least in 4th edition, like you said, they were trying to do something else, and it wasn't just, like, clean design like it is kind of now. Now, you know what I think that when Wizards of the Coast, this is why I think it's shelf appeal. The reason they do this, because I think the nicest books they make are the, like, what are they, first release kind of collector's edition style books that they do. Those are really beautiful. I saw some in a really weird shop in Edmonton, the Western Mall there. And it was like a very strange shop that had like crystals and swords and like dragon artwork. It was a very, very strange, very, very strange store. And they had D&D books. They had a whole D&D section. And I saw they had some like the limited edition versions of the books, and those looked spectacular. So, you know, at least they had that. I'd actually try something similar to this. My current style is I feel slightly more realism based, not completely. I can post my art on Insta if that allows me here. I mean, so I think that the whole thing with art style is to not overthink it. To create the work that is most suited. Like, are you doing illustrative work? Then yeah, if you want to go slightly more realistic and grounded, that's fair. If you're doing work that has more of a concept application, like art style is one of those things that I think a lot of people agonize over. Not that I think that you're doing that, but it's a discussion I always find a little bit weird that I don't really know how to like kind of contribute to it, because my only contributions to like stylistic discussions is honestly like stop thinking about the art style, you know? Let the art flow from within or whatever. And you usually find what you're looking for there. So I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. And like realism is like a really weird classification as well, I always find, because the issue that I have with like sort of thinking about realism is like, what do we mean when we say realism? Do we mean art that looks realistic to the mind? Is that like the classical art style, or are you literally drawing photorealistic art? That's very, very weird and challenging, and they have very different applications, because often photorealistic art doesn't trick the brain into thinking it's actually realistic. When we trigger the uncanny valley, you know, it's very difficult. The whole thing's I always admire artists that have a good idea of what they want out of their art, you know. They have a good sense of it ahead of time. It's very challenging. Did I put much thought into style? I kind of just did it. Yeah, that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. I'll go more gem-based and less ornate. Let's try that. Let's try more just gems and fanciness as opposed to the ornate design. Use more of our negative space in here to contextualize the jewels and the crowns. Maybe more of the warrior side of things too. I'll try one singular sort of like focused gem here. Those Evan Blair art renderances in there. See if it looks good or not, you know? See if it looks good. But realism is not like realistic, but like animation based. Oh, I see. Okay, interesting. Animation based. Cool. Yeah, it's a whole different application over there for animation land. A lot of young artists are learning how to draw because of animations. There's a lot of that very stylized American cartoon, kind of Nickelodeon inspired, anime light kind of style art that goes out there. It's very interesting stuff. The progression of it, like not interesting as far as the art style goes necessarily, like a lot of it's pretty samey. It's interesting how that like developed. How so many people developed in that direction in this generation. It's very, very peculiar how when we start seeing the generational inspirations, we can start tracking patterns from artists in the 60s and 70s all the way to the modern day of concept art and fantasy nerd nonsense. From Frazetta to Honkai Star Rail, you know? Very interesting. Really wild shit when you get into it. Okay. Gotta re-reference our descriptive lines for our hair in here. Yeah. Okay, I think I know where we're going. So kind of had to redesign the shape a little bit here for her tiara, her diadem, as it were. Honkai mentioned, yeah. I used Honkai and art in the same sentence. Uh-oh. I'm going to attract the Reddit crowd, you know. Uh-oh. I gotta be careful, man. We'll get the Redditors in here. Get them mad. You want the gacha fans. I love and hate the gacha audience because I think that they're really passionate and interesting, but at the same time, I think they love and hate the gacha audience as well, because if I've ever seen, how do I word this? I've never seen so many people so unhealthily attached to like direct and powerful sources of copium in my entire life. It's like either the gacha audience is like really cool, just like haha, like fun game, go burr, or they're so unbelievably sucked on to just the most potent sources of copium, and they will justify their maybe the World of Warcraft. I'm playing World of Warcraft for a long time. Maybe the World of Warcraft audience is sort of similar. But I honestly feel like the worst parts of the gacha community are worse. So I don't know. I don't want to attract their ire. I don't want to go on their radar, you know? So I'll avoid my anime style honkai gacha fan art. I'll stick with things in my anime style like VTuber fan art. Only slightly more deranged than the... I'm kidding, relax, alright? I'm kidding. VTuber viewers are fine. Some of them. Depends on the VTuber, maybe, I don't know. As a Zonga player, this is so very true. Yeah, I just still can't imagine how gacha players tolerate being shoveled so many microtransactions. People will joke, like even this happened on the weekend. I even had a friend who I was playing games with and stuff, and she said that she did some like pulls or whatever for a thing, and I was like, how much did you spend on pulls? And she was like, oh, like she joked like, oh, I don't even know, too much, ha 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 ha, and everybody laughed in the Discord call. But like when you think about it, like I can't believe that's a thing. Part of me just like can't fucking believe it. I can't imagine playing a game that requires you to spend like literally hundreds upon hundreds and hundreds of dollars every now and then when they release a champion to get a good like opportunity to play the game. It's wild to me, man. Like I'm trying to find the charms in it, and I don't personally see them. I feel like I'm missing out on something. It seems like even the copium sucking ones are just like they joke about how they're degenerate gamblers, and then it's like that's really funny until it's true, and looks like we passed the realm of it being just a joke. Like I've had friends personally legitimately go fucking broke on gacha games, and I don't get it, man. And I'm trying to be open-minded and greet the gacha enjoyers with an open heart and an open mind, and part of me is just having a real hard time with it, you know? Tell everyone to stay away, it's not worth it. I think it's fine to play and have fun if you're free to play, but yeah, this is the first time you... And you know what? I could even get behind if you want to spend a little bit of money here and there. If you want to spend $20 on your game a month, that's not a big deal. You know, whatever your game of choice is, if you want to spend $20 on it here and there, even you know what, I'm gonna be generous, up to $50 a month. That's like, for most people, that's pretty chill. For your entertainment, if you're getting like hours and hours and hours on your game, you're spending $50 a month on it. It's like, okay, cool, man, have fun. You know, whatever, bro. But a lot of the people that I knew that played like Diablo Immortal or Lost Ark was the first time my friend group encountered gacha-based systems. Lost Ark, I had a friend who lost several $1,000s on it, and he made like $3 or so grand a month. You think about that. My man over a 6-month period spent like, I think it was like $6,000 or so on Lost Ark. And at the end of it, he was just sitting there in a Discord call sobbing. He was sobbing, like actually full on man crying, you know, to the boys. And like, we're all be like, it's okay, bro. Like, you know, you're not that far behind. You just got some credit card debt now. You're all good. Like, it's all good. You won't have to whatever, delete his account, fucking sort off forever. And it was like, man, that was tough to watch. But then I see other people talk about it so casually. You know, that they're like, oh yeah, how much have you spent on Genshin so far? Oh, I'm probably 5,000 deep. And you're like, what the fuck? You're sorry, what? You're 5 grand deep on Genshin? And they're like, oh yeah, but that's over a couple of years. And I'm like, what the fuck? What? How much do you make? How wealthy are you? They're like, well, you know, I work at whatever. I'm like, I know how much you make. You know, like I worked at the same game store, bitch. You weren't making fucking more than me when we were at the game store. It's crazy, man. I don't understand how and then gacha players will just joke. They're like, haha, gambling addiction. You're like, what? This is a joke? There's an enjoyer and someone who is addicted to the gambling aspect of the gacha game. Sure, yeah. And so that's I wonder though, because it seems like people have a very low tolerance or high tolerance for how much the game lets you, or at what point the game starts being difficult to progress in without spending a lot of money. Right? And that's very strange to me. This like the sigh of like, oh god, I didn't get the thing I wanted, so I just spent another like $300 on it. Like, what the fuck is that? Are you okay, man? Are you good? Your rent due? And that just seems to be such a large vocal. Maybe that's just the vocal part of the community, but it seems to be a large accepted thing that they're all just degenerate gamblers. And I get the like appeal of like the surprise, the uncertainty, the novelty behind it. I get it, man, but I just can't believe as a community the gacha players are so tolerant to it. The acceptance of like, oh yeah, I'll never win this race or beat this game or do this thing or beat that level or beat this boss because I only pay like maybe 50, 60 bucks a month on the game. And like, I personally think if you're paying 50, 60 bucks in the game, you should probably, like a month, you should probably be able to beat every like last bit of fucking content that they put out. You should be able to clear the entire game. It's so bizarre to me, man. When's the Eldara gacha system? The Eldara gacha system already exists. It's the Green Dragon check. You can re-roll your Green Dragon check as many times as you want. For 1,000 bits, you can re-roll a Green Dragon check. Yep. It's entirely pay to win. You want to re-roll a Green Dragon check as many times as you want? Go for it, bro. You want to get your 3.5 minute sketch of a Green Dragon that might just be Trogdor? Ooh. It might only cost you several $100s to get your Green Dragon check. The Eldara gacha system is strong and in place already. What are you talking about? Oh, what do you mean, man? Oh, that's the wrong layer. That's the wrong layer to delete. There we go. I'm the worst artist I know. Yeah, the gambling problems are... You know? Maybe this is a hot take, but I always think it's funny to hear people sort of talk, like have a strong opinion about like kick and stake, and then find out they're a gacha gamer later. I'm like, oh. Oh. Okay. Mm-hmm. We get a free reroll the Green Dragon check? Not free, unfortunately, no. It's a microtransaction in the EBA shop. Yep. Mm-hmm. You're saving up for the big one just because? Oh, wow. Well. There you go. You want the big microtransaction? Okay. Okay, I mean, good luck. I'm not going to tell you not to. You get from the big microtransaction exactly what you deserve from the big microtransaction. That's all I can say. The Monka, nobody knows what they get. Only a few have actually earned the Monka microtransaction, and none of them have actually lost the channel points on it to find out what you get from it. They've always like redeemed the Monka microtransaction and then refunded the channel points themselves because the only people who have earned the Monka are the mods. And so none of them have any idea, any clue what they actually get from it. So it's crazy, man. Yep. Not even they know. Not even the streamer knows. Wait, but you're the one in charge here. Shit. I've been found out. Shit. I've been found out. Piece it. Get out of here. Cheese it. Don't let them know. Don't let them find out. Burn the servers. Kool-Aid the ashes. Garbage bag the Kool-Aid ash slop. I don't know where to go after that with burning the servers. Which gacha game is played semi-regular by people. I've never seen any fan art for the game. Characters is Raid Shadow Legends. Raid Shadow Legends. Do people still play that game? I thought there was a meme. I didn't know everyone actually played Raid. Is there a single person that actually plays Raid Shadow Legends? I didn't know. That's cool though. Hope they're having fun if they are. Yeah, I don't know about that, man. Okay. the lower the opacity here. I know it's more satisfying for the recording to see a higher opacity version of the sketch, but might be easier this way. Might be easier this way. Yeah, forever a mystery, right? Exactly. Okay. History thing here. There we go. I gotta be on point today because I've not quite as much time as I want to stream today. So this is the sacrifice we make to get into appointments faster. But I might even be able to get an injection in my arm or wrist or forearm or scanned or ultrasounded or whatever before the end of the week, which would be lovely. It's actually feeling okay right now. I'm not actually dying. That like week of rest, weekend of rest that I took ish. Actually kind of paid off, which is nice, you know? Okay. Okay. Yeah. I think we're good. I do my stretches still. Gotta do my stretches. Did you just think about that? What, raid? I thought it was just a meme from like 5 or 10 years ago. I didn't realize anyone played that game still. I saw some commercials like a couple of years ago, but I thought that was like entirely a passing effort to try and make people want to spend their money on their game again. What we need more studios to have some confidence and faith in themselves to build a product people want. We need to have... Now, what I do acknowledge is I feel bad for the anime, for the weebs. Because where do you play a weeb game that's not a gacha game? Like, you can be a fantasy nerd and not want to play a gacha game. It's fine. You just don't play your gacha game, whatever it is. There's like Baldur's Gate and there's other games out there with like, you know, microtransactions, but not in the kind of the way that gacha games do it. What do you do if you're a weeb and all you want is weeb game? Are there any non-gacha weeb games out there that are like popular, people are playing and talking about and shit? Is it all just Uma Musume, you know? Like, what are they doing out there, man? It's rough. They're lonely. They don't got anywhere to go, man. Hello, Anna. How are you, Awesome Art? I'm good. Thank you, by the way. I appreciate it. I'm good. I'm chilling, bro. I'm just straight chilling today. We got a project to do, a little commission thingy from coffee. Ooh, it's a good day. Think your body works? Yeah, apparently. Apparently. I've also been very good about not missing gym days. So that's also probably helped with my arm, my forearm.
1,700 bits until next badge. Been working W hotspot and a dream today, but my internet has finally returned. So
yes,
now I'm your
good.
Problem. Hello, Evan.
Excellent, good. Hello, Fox. How you doing, bro? How you doing, man? Hope work is good. Hope the front half of the week will allow you to take the back half of the week off, as is your style. Thanks on a bits, Fox. Appreciate it. Only time I played it was because a different game had an install and get a character to 5-star for $100 worth of free currency. It took me 45 minutes because Raid had one of those crazy new player events going on. Oh, I see. Okay. Heatwave cooking you? Oh, man. Dude, it's been so fucking cold here all summer. We haven't had really any warm days. Maybe a week this year so far. We are past the middle of the year. It is closer to Christmas than it is to New Year's this year, and we have not had any really warm days, and I'm kind of getting pissed off about it. I had to wear a jacket to the gym. Okay, I had to take the dog out at night for a walk and wear like a hoodie. This is not July behavior. July, even where I live, is supposed to be for copious amounts of sunscreen Warm hats, Slurpee season, and all those things that go with it. Lake days, water gun fights, and long summer evenings. Warm, the cool breeze of evening giving a reprieve from the summer heat. And I've gotten none of that. I'm very mad about it, Fox. The fuck? Oh, there we go. I'm very upset. I want my summer. I wants it. I needs it. I haven't got it. Oh shit. Merge layers too fast. Okay. Merge layers way too fast, bro. I'm throwing today. It's been raining. It's supposed to rain tonight again. Well, more icy cold rain then, I guess. It's a beautiful fall where I live. I'm like south of you, and this is the first week since June. It hasn't been 80 to 90. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's been rough. It's been rough. I want my summer. Haven't had it yet. We haven't had many forest fires, though, which is nice. Because there's been so much rain, so we haven't had weeks of just smoke inhalation. The summer is still young, though. No, man, I need my summer, bro. I need my summer. I need a good summer every year. Yep. It's the only thing that gets me through the winter is having a dope-ass summer to look forward to. And the memories of a great summer really help me when it is cold and miserable and dank out. So I need to make those summer memories. I need to go for some barbecues, yo. I need to grill up some salmon on the old grilly boy. On the old barbecue, man. Or some shit, I don't know, it's just a grill. Stampede was just a thing here, which is like our summer celebration, I guess you could say. And I didn't do shit for it. I didn't do anything for Stampede this year. I sat around and then went to Vegreville, north of Edmonton, in the lonely abyss of northern or central Alberta, I guess I should say. Ren Fair was fun, but like I still don't quite get Ren Fair. There's a lot about Ren Fair I don't really understand. A lot about the activities and stuff, and I feel like I need to see a real Ren Fair, like a real permanent structure, big Renaissance fair and medieval gala to really get it. Still not there yet, you know. I feel like clear, so used to smoke and smog from your fires, and then like Idaho, Montana fires. Legit, I haven't noticed there hasn't been any. Yeah, well, the thing is, actually, it's probably California. So our fires aren't actually the biggest perpetrator of smoke in our area. It's actually always California. For the last couple of years in a row, it's been like a week or two of like you hear the California fires hit, and then a jet stream pulls all that air north, and then there you go, man. There you fucking go. It's over. Except you did it on a wet note as it rained the following day. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't go at all. I'm not a big going to Stampede kind of enjoyer. It's like fun once in a while, but the problem with living where I live is it's so close that you always say you'll go next year. You always say, I'll skip this year because it's around next year. You know, there's never that like urgency to go see it. So you always end up just not. Okay.
Look at how cool this paladin is. I don't remember her name. Shit. Look. Let's say, look how cool blank is. I forgot the character's name already. I've been dealing with so many character descriptions recently. So many characters. Had to really parse down the important key features and then delete the rest of it. I love hearing about the characters, but I get sometimes for some character requests, I'll get like bricks of story. I'll have to like highlight the important like 5 things that I need to know about the character in there and then like not pull the rest of it into the Photoshop file. So I forget names sometimes more often. I'll go some decade. Yeah, you think so? In a whole decade? Bro. That's a long time. Well, it's fun. I like events like that. I like summer events and things to look forward to every year. I wish that I was better about making time for them. The summers are unfortunately busy for us now that, what the fuck? The summer months are too busy for us with Ella having markets and rent fairs and shit like that. It's just way too busy. I don't know what we're supposed to do. Every year I want to like take June or July or something off. And by off I mean stream and not do anything else. And I want to do it this August. It's not going to happen. I'm going to shoot now for, if I can, December. December I want to just stream and then get off stream every day and not do anything. Not going to work out for this August. But I have entered my phase of saying no basically to fucking everyone and everything. Which is, I think, what's required. I need like a 4 or 5 month lead up to when I can actually take some like time in the evenings off. By just saying no to absolutely everyone for everything. Evan, would you like to do a new project? No. Would you like to be on my podcast? No. Would you like to collab on? No. Would you like to play D&D this? No. Hey man, there's a new game mode. Do you want to play? Nope. I'm in my no era. You ever tried that? You ever tried just saying no to everything for a while? This whole thing about saying yes to every opportunity, everything, every whatever. Somebody wants you to go bowling, you say yes. Somebody wants you to work on a project, you say yes. Take on more responsibility, yes. And that works, man, but I've been very inspired by the word fucking no recently. You know, December subathon, 24-hour streaming art. I don't know, man. Subathons are fun, but they're a little weird for me. You know, because of the time of day I stream. They're a little weird. I'd have to have like an event. I wouldn't do another subathon. I said the next subathon I did would be after I got partnered. So if you guys have any requests for things, streams, various, 24-hour stream, whatever, bro, you got to add to the subathon group chat, wherever that is in Discord, and then we'll review it. We'll review all of it whenever I get partnered on Twitch, okay? Until then, you gotta chalk it up, man. Just gotta add it to the list of shit. Of things that are requested. I'll take a look at it once the day arrives, alright? Once the day is here. You can wait long. What have I missed? What did you miss? I don't know. We talked some shit. We finished the painting. Did some other stuff. Meetings. That sucks, bro. I'm sorry you had a meeting. That is rough. We complained about the summer and the lack thereof it. Yeah, we got some good solid complaining in, man. That was a good productive wine out. Yeah, hold on. There we go. Ooh, these lines, they so smooth. Oh, I was gonna start with the face first, man. Shit, whatever, I'll do it later. Missing the painting, I'll see it tomorrow or later. Oh, it looked like this. There it is. What do you think? What do you think, Steve? Good painting? Bad painting? Mediocre attempt at a painting? I think it was 30 minutes in total, maybe like 31 minutes or so. Somewhere around there. So, good solid speed effort, I think, For doing the speed painting thing. I was pleased with the result. I think it was fun. It was enjoyable to do, and that's the most important part of a speed painting, is for it to be enjoyable to engage in. Speed paintings are supposed to be. fun. It's supposed to be relaxed. It's supposed to be sketchbook style, honest expressions of one's art or whatever. I don't know. Do I look like I can describe how to art? Do I look like I could teach art to a classroom of 10th graders that don't want to pay attention and don't care about their grade in the class? They just want easy spare. You know, don't answer that actually. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Never mind. Relatively cool around this year, enjoying the pleasant mid-20s instead of the low 30s that start to get a bit warm. Yeah, it's been cold as fuck here, bro.
Evan,
yep. Yes, it's me. Hello.
The elder sponsor list up on Ko-fi yet?
No. It is exactly in the same state as it was last week. It's exactly there, awaiting me to finish my current coffee requests, and then I'll add it up there. So, I don't know when it's gonna be exactly, because I think that whenever I say what my plan is to have something done by a certain time or whatever, then I get people being like, "Hey, the day has come. Where the fuck is the thing?" I'm like, "Oh, I don't know, man. I said I was planning to do it that time." So I don't really want to. I have a day in mind that I'm thinking it's going to be up by, but I don't want to plan. I don't want to promise anything, right? I don't want to promise anything and have anybody let down. You know how it is, right? So hopefully soon, TM. But thanks for bits, Azalea. I appreciate that, bro. Thanks, man. I think you guys will like some of the stuff, like the prompts and stuff that I have on that sponsor tier. I think they're really cool. They're really a lot of fun. We'll see if people want to get behind the project and see the world. You know what I could do? I could always add it and upload it and just say that these take between X and whatever weeks. Because what do you guys think? It would be better not to add them and upload them at all until I'm sort of ready to do them immediately, or is it better to have them up so you can kind of see what it is? The issue with that is a lot of people, I find, the psychology of the human mind. If I say that something will take between 4 and 6 weeks ideally, but no promises, and then the week 5 arrives, I get messages from people being like, "Hey, are we on track? Is this thing good? Are we golden? Are we where's my fucking thing yet?" And it's like, Jesus, dude, I said 4 and 6 weeks, hopefully, I don't know, I'll let you know. And I don't know, right? I don't know what to do about it, because I don't want people to be disappointed, and so I have to kind of anticipate the psychology a little bit. Is it better, do you think, to have it up and let people kind of select what they want out from it and look at it ahead of time for the future, or is it better to not upload it until I'm ready to start on it literally that week? You know what I mean? I don't know. What do you guys think is better? I need the Dragon's Claim opinion on this one, because if I go based off of the client opinion of the last couple of years, I never upload something until you're a list or whatever, until you're ready to start on it literally tomorrow, and that's it. Easy Spare fucking art was that difficult class. You had to do the politics and please the teacher to be in her liking to get a passing grade, not like any other subject where you just learn and repeated facts. Art was graded by how well some old witch liked it at that specific time. Oh, for art, in my high school and in most high schools around where I live, Jacob, art was basically a free class. You basically couldn't, because art was such a weird and difficult skill to develop, that people who are bad at art, as long as you tried your best, you got a passing grade. Oh yeah, no, people totally schmaz the shit out of that. Oh yeah, 100%. They just wanted that easy grade. So I tried to draw a triangle, but I drew a circle to be different. And the teacher's like, wow, how brave, how inspirational. You're like, okay, thanks for the grade. But then if you were actually decently good and you were serious about it, like me and a couple of other students were, you got graded a lot harder. She's like, you're going to art school, you gotta be graded harder on a more difficult curve. But all the way through my junior high art classes, I got 100%. I got 100% on all my art classes in junior high. Never got less than 100% grade. Because my art teacher was like, you're fucking cracked, dude. You're so good and you're so passionate and so involved that you've put 100% effort in, so you get the 100% grade. Which was crazy. My parents had agreed to pay my brother and I allowances for our grades to do well in school. And 100 like was like a decent like allowance or whatever. And so like, oh god, this kid fucking hit 100. Oh, okay, all right, okay, man, here's your pay. Like, yoink, thanks, dude. It was nice, man. We were poor as shit too, so fuck, man, I'd make that last. Is it that I'm the only one who scooped dice when Ella dropped them? Mind-boggling. Couple like two. No, you're not the only one, Steve. You got I think more sets than anybody else. But I think she's sending 4 packages out to 4 different people this week. I think. Or maybe it was Advent calendar pre-order she got. I don't know actually. Maybe you were the one. No. One other person bought dice. I don't remember what set. There's like a cherry blossom set or whatever, I think. And something else? I don't know. I mean, the thing about Ella is that she doesn't market herself that well because she's always at markets. So a lot of like the online scene doesn't know about her stuff until like I pointed out on the stream. And they're like, oh fuck, I should go, oh god, fuck, the Blackwood dice, you know? Shit, okay. She doesn't have like a massive following, so when she does a shop update, it takes her like a couple of weeks usually to sell out of it, like everything. So she hasn't done like a proper like until I said something about it publicly today. She hasn't publicly announced that she had a shop update anywhere at all. She hasn't made a single Instagram post out of it or whatever. So it was really of the patrons. I think you were one of 2 people to jump in there and get some stuff. So just started putting them on the store when I started buying them. Oh man, I appreciate the support. Really, supporting Ella and Blackwood Dice means the absolute most to me personally, because Ella's my favorite person in the entire world, and seeing her appreciated is like my favorite thing in the entire world. Except for maybe eating ramen at Ishiran at late hours of the day. That's like pretty up there, but Ella's definitely just like first above that, or maybe second, just squeaking by, but you know. 2 favoriteest things in the world: Ella Blackwood and Ishiran ramen. But Evan, there's better ramen. I don't care.
How exciting.
You heard me. Yo, Fabici, hello. How's stream, dude? Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Hope you're all well. Hope y'all are chilling. What was the project today? What were y'all doing? What's up? Thanks for the raid, dude. Welcome in here, buddy. Tell me your tales. Inspire me. Tell me of your might and grace and immaculate, amazing things done. What's up, dude? What are y'all drawing over there? About the cherry blossoms at ArtCon? You did. Yes, that's right. You got. I don't remember what color, but you did get a set of cherry blossoms. Yeah, she cannot make those fast enough. She cannot make those fast enough, man. It's been kind of silly, to be very honest, but it's very cool to watch. So, oh no, my line work layer. Line work. Thanks for doing the shout out on that, Ella. I appreciate it. Hope your stream was good, Fabici. Maybe they had to raid and dash, but still appreciate it. All right. I really want those yellow, kind of golden, dope-ass dice. As soon as Ella makes some more, I'm yoinking them. I'm yoinking a set. 9. So shocked it didn't sell over the convention weekend, or the market weekend. Thanks for shout out. Yeah, dude. I appreciate it. Hope the stream was good. What are y'all working on today? What'd y'all get up to? Inspire me. Tell me of your tales. Actually, Ella, did you make a post on Instagram and TikTok yet? I don't think you did, right? Am I talking out of my ass? Personal piece, and saw you were streaming on something cool. Dude, I appreciate that. We'll have to go check out the personal pieces if your VODs are up. I don't know. Live streamers don't keep their VODs up. Fair enough. I'm always curious to see what my peers in the art category are working on. I'll have to happily go do some snooping if you don't mind. Door shipping going to be at Gen Con, so don't be around to receive them until partway through August anyway. Ooh, Gen Con, man. Let's go. I want to go to Gen Con so bad, you have no idea. No idea how badly I want to go see that shit. See all my Gen Con friends playing Atari's game for the Realms of Eldar Adventure 1 Horizon. I think Atari said that he like filled up on slots for Gen Con or whatever, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. How much would a set of 8 to 12 dice that are all D6s, like all the same type of dice, color and stuff? A full set of D6s? I don't know if Ella does those for commissions anymore. She used to make full sets of D6s. You'd have to ask, like, send Ella a message specifically about what you want, because it could change drastically. Like a Geo D6 set would be vastly more expensive than like anything else, you know? So I don't know. And if you're curious, you could always send Ella a DM about it. The day before Monday morning, I'll likely take them with me as my playing sets. Oh my god, that'd be so dope. You playing a bunch of games? Ella, get the Steve the dice for Gen Con. The honor of being played at Generational Convention is too much of a prestige. That's fucking sick, dude. I want to go to Gen Con so bad. I want to see the things, play the games, experience the convention as it were intended to be all those moons ago. It was started by the grandfathers of TTRPG. Wait, what? Make sure they arrive before Monday? Oh shit, she's serious, bro. She's serious, man. Ella, how many Advent Calendar pre-orders do you have left? Because you didn't have it on your site. Do you have like a bunch, or is there just a few left? Are you gonna make a video about it? Are you gonna advertise it to the world? Or are you just letting people from like TDC and like your existing supporters have access to that shit? Ooh, she looking cool, man. Fucking love drawing paladins, bro. No idea. You have no clue. Okay, give me a sec. I need to grab something real quick. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Okay. We chillin'. We chillin', man. Got a motor. Got things to do, bro. Got projects to get to. Okay, were we drawing a paladin? The best class in all of D&D? Oh, yeah, that. Okay, cool. Rad. Nice. Forgot there for a minute. Yep. But Evan, you sound like you have a bias. I do. I absolutely do. And I'll be very honest about it. To the day I die. You know what? It's okay. I'm allowed to be biased about my favorite class in D&D. Oh, that's right. It's the Astral Knight. My bad. I forgot. Oh, that's right. Ooh. Oh, forgot something. Gonna make a note for real quick. Okay. For war. My for war. We're good. Your piercing eyes staring into the hearts of the darkness. The enemies before her. They fall to her righteous fury. God, I love paladins. It's like the Diablo 3 Crusader, but playable. What a disappointment, man. Dude, I miss playing Diablo 3 so bad. Like, honestly, maybe one of my favorite, like, events in gaming were always Diablo 3 season resets. Ugh, you have no idea. I'd get snackies and shit together. Ella and I would order food. Should always try and be at home in time for release. 6 p.m. our time. We'd be snacked up. We were also really like, we didn't play with a lot of friends because we always wanted to go as efficiently as possible. And our friends were always too casual. Too fucking casual, bro. So we would always just like motor rocket through. And then on like Saturday at some point, friends would be like, yo, can I get a rush? Can you boost me? Sure, man. I got you. Sure thing, big guy. And we would, because we were good friends like that. That was the height of the Blizzard era being on top of the world. What an amazing time to be a gamer. That's when Blizzard ruled the world. Blizzard esports were cracked. I like had the weird desire to play like Overwatch recently. I don't know why. I'm not going to, don't worry, but like, or like watch esports. There's some like esports World Cup that was on recently. Maybe it's still on. It's a really cool event. People are mixed about it because it's like held by the Saudis, whatever their like government like fucking sport washing arm of their esport thing is. But I think the whole pageantry of the event is very cool. I think they have a big Overwatch Cup that I was going to plan to watch. Something about the old esports that always hit differently. Their barbarian build, yeah. Enjoy the whirlwind build, sure. Played a lot of barbarian, but I didn't really enjoy Raycore. So for the first like couple of years of seasons, it was basically just Raycore. It's all you could play. All you could play if you wanted to do anything Greater Rift related.
which was fine. You know, it's fine for there to be a meta. Class I always wanted there to be more for was the Crusader. Always really, really wanted there to be better builds for that. But then they built the Necromancer as a really good new class so that everybody would play it. And then they killed the game. So basically they left the Necromancer on top forever. Which is kind of funny when you think about it, actually. That's kind of like how it turned out, right? You just you make the Necro boosted for a season or two, and then you forget to turn it down. And goes on maintenance mode. No one wants to balance it again. They're like, oh, well, we're doing this for the next 100 years or whatever. And a friend's trying to get me on Overwatch. Is it worth it? I mean, look, anytime you spend time on a game and you have fun with your friends and whatever, it's worth it. Why not? I think a lot of people are turned off from Overwatch just because they've kind of canceled all the plans that they promised for it. So, is it worth it? I don't know. Probably. If you're gonna have fun with a friend, why not? Go play yourself some Overwatch. Have a good old time. Go rack up some kills with your Mercy left click alt weapon. Oops. I don't think personally I can do competitive games again. And there's certain games that I would really love to be able to play more casually but like I know that they like do sort of match fixing. What's the term when they throw like losers queue or whatever? They throw you against players that have like less of a tolerance of loss and are willing to spend more money on the game. So they throw you on against them, and it's like until I found out, like I was willing to just accept bad luck and stuff until I found out that was actually a thing, and then I just like couldn't stomach. I don't lose very well in games, right? If I'm gonna lose a game, I want it to be like because of my own measures for something I can learn from, because I came from a StarCraft background. So I get pretty whiny about it, you know? I'm not a fun teammate to have when we're losing. Not like I'm raging and shit, but I just like don't really want to play if I feel like we're in losers queue or something. And I know League of Legends has that, and I'm pretty sure Overwatch does too. So if you don't mind taking the bad loss once in a while, playing a team game where someone's throwing and shit like that, that's fine. You know, you're just having fun with a friend, jamming kills and stuff, having a good time. Yeah, for sure. It's worth it. Have fun. Go enjoy the game. Even though I don't think I could participate in it anymore, I'm envious of people that can. People that can just enjoy the game for what it is, some time with some friends. Especially if it's a friend that you know you have a hard time connecting with outside of the game. I have friends like that that basically didn't want to hang out ever outside of the game. That's how I lost a lot of my friends when I first started streaming. I stopped playing games with them. And they were like, oh, but like, what are we gonna do, man? Well, let's hang out, just like chill on Discord, why not? Like, oh, but like, you know, it's gaming night. Fair enough, you know? Fair enough, I guess. So, if you have a friend, especially that is a friend that kind of you need to play that game with to connect with a lot, then go play it. Have fun. And Overwatch is still objectively one of the best shooters of all time. Even past the problems, even past the queue issues, even past the, you know, design and whatever, Overwatch is still so smooth, and like it carries the Blizzard polish from the old days. I haven't played it in about, like, I think the last time I played Overwatch was probably maybe a year ago. I picked it up for a couple weeks just to see what was new, just have some fun with it a little bit. Realized that I couldn't handle it, but I played it somewhat recently, like semi-recently, and it was a lot of fun, man. It still had all that polish and all that Blizzard pizzazz, as it were. Used to be Apex is real bad. Yeah, Apex and BRs I can never really get into because I'm not great at FPS. So Overwatch I could climb to the top and be very competitive and like playing the sort of top brackets because you could play characters in the tank group and the support group that didn't actually have to have really good FPS skills. You had to have good gaming skills. And I love that about it. Not much of a FPS gamer, unfortunately, so a lot of new Overwatch is based around that. It's predicated on your ability to FPS, and like, fair enough, you know, people wanted that. But I'm just not good enough at it. Not very good, so can't engage with it the way I'd want to. That's okay. I'm sure another game will come around at some point in time in my life that I loved the way that those games were to follow and play and do the esports of and whatnot. I think things will change at some point in time. You know, we'll change our values in games, and I think they'll come back one day. You know, I'm hopeful. So until that time, though, I will not be playing Overwatch or other games like that. Maybe for a while. Maybe I've had my last dance with the video games like that. We all kind of grow up and change what we're into and our priorities and goals, and I think I certainly, like, no one wants to admit it. I certainly don't want to admit it. The day that you like log on to a game for the last time, I think it's okay, you know? It's like, I don't know if you guys ever noticed this, but like there's a lot of people who need to like sort of announce their departure from a game forever. You know what I mean? Like, how many people fucking had the experience of being in a guild with somebody who quit World of Warcraft every 2 months? And I don't mean just like didn't log on, but like made a big dramatic thing about how they're quitting the game. I always thought that was so melodramatic and so funny when I'd see people do that shit. Guys, after all this time, I'm finally quitting the game. And everyone's like, oh my god, wow, you're quitting the game? Wow, okay, well, have fun, man. See you never. And they're back next patch, and you're like, I thought you quit the game. Yeah, I've come back. Guys, I'm back. Guys, I've come back to the game. I quit and I'm back. Oh, so you're gone for a little break. No, I didn't take a break. I quit. Okay. One day you log on for the last time. And oftentimes you don't know it. Like using an ATM. When was the last fucking time I used an ATM? 12 years ago? Holy. Good God, man. That kind of thing, you know? No such experience, and maybe one needs to play games with other humans for that. Yeah, you would. That would be a starting point. A lot of the Blizzard games era was my favorite. I wonder if we can recapture that in other ways. One day with gaming. That sense of playing with all your friends and getting together and having a gaming night. Ooh, yeah. I like to think people still do that with like even the games that I don't really play anymore, like Blizzard games and stuff. I like to think that there's somebody out there having a gaming night. They jam World of Warcraft with their homies every weekend. I like to think they exist. They're out there somewhere, you know? They're all 30-something years old. We got 3 kids, 4 jobs, 2 dogs, 6 wives, 8 cars to pay for, 12 houses. What else? What else? 5 health insurances. And they get 2 hours a week to play World of Warcraft. They have to spend half the time napping because they're too tired. There you go. Now it's the gaming experience. Let's go. Similar, very different stories. My boyfriend used to play old school RuneScape, and there was a guildmate that disappeared off the face of the planet. Discord nuked. All stream friends removed. Left guild, etc. Radio silence for months, and their guild actually tried to track him down. Read obituaries, etc. Turns out he had a severe internet addiction. Oh, I see. And quit cold turkey. Not sure how he's doing now, though. I mean, that's happened too in my stream, for instance. Sabine, somebody who like is at stream every day, says what's up, you know, is chilling, and then never shows up to stream again, unsubs, quits the Discord, leaves entirely, fucking unfollows channel or whatever, and then just like falls off the face of the earth, and you're like, oh god, well, I hope they're doing okay. And they'll show up at like 6 months later and be like, sup, what'd I miss? Rejoin the Discord. I'll see a follow alert from them. Re-up their sub. I'm like, where the fuck? Okay, man, you know, hope you're having fun. I mean, I'm glad that they maybe made the choice to prioritize themselves over the game. Like, I understand. Believe me, of all people, I mean, I understand what it's like to have an unhealthy relationship with a video game. I was so unbelievably addicted to video games at some point in time. You have no idea how bad it got for me. All I was doing was playing video game every day. Every day. I derived all my meaning and progression in life from video game. Yep. It was the only thing that mattered to me. Well, it wasn't what mattered to me. I didn't want it to matter to me, but it was the only thing that actually did feel like it mattered. It was being good at video game. It was getting the accolades, the achievements, the mounts, the whatever else you're going for. Other things, Drake meme, get out of here. Video game pet achievements, ooh. Me about that. I get it. I get some people just need to fucking disconnect altogether. Never show up again. Need to leave the game in the past. I've thought about sometimes just like deleting all the games and whatnot. And just leaving my gaming era in the ancient history manuals of the long forgotten era. I get it. Part of me does anyway. You know, the worst part is when I was severely addicted to fucking video games and shit. That's all I wanted to do. In that period of time, I had so much fun, man. That's the worst part. You know, you hear people talk about it, they're like, God, I can't believe I used to be this fucking disgusting video game addicted, whatever. I used to go out and party every night and drink, or I used to play games every day, or do drugs, or whatever thing they like behave. They look back on it in disgust. And I'm like, God, that was awesome. Oh man, that was so good. Wish I could do that shit again. Yeah, obviously I wouldn't, but it was a great time, man. I had the most fun. You just play a game all day. Work? Nope. School? Nope. Progression in life? Nope. Gym? Nope. Video game. It was also the only place I connected with my friends, because at that time I didn't have a friend group beyond the video games anymore. They're all my friends that are still my friends today. I just don't see them or talk to them all that often. But we played games together, you know? So it wasn't all bad, I guess, you know? A really close-knit online friends or grouping around a guild together and everything. Now there's only a couple of us and keep in contact. We actually found out recently that one of our old buds passed away. Kind of hit hard. Yeah, it does, you know? Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. That's rough. No, it's good. Those groups of friends can be really tight. We would hang out on Discord every night, and it was always like, what are we gonna do tonight? It was never like, it was never this question of like, oh, do we hang out tonight? It was, what are we doing tonight? What adventure are we going on? I love that. It was so good. Where are we gonna go? What dungeon are we gonna take down? Are we gonna get a new Mythic Plus score? Ultra unlock? The Skype call that never ended? That's awesome. Love that. Some people have that for D&D. Like they just play D&D with the same group of friends like 3 times a week, you know? Visitors, just chilling.
How exciting.
Holy shit, Steve. What's up, dude? How's it going, Steve? Good afternoon, man. How you been? What's up, bro? Guys, if you aren't following Steve Sketches, oh boy, you should go follow a real artist. All right, all the nonsense I talk about art, man. You should go follow Steve, man. Steve, I'm honored, bro. Welcome in, man. We're doing some character requests from Coffee today, so we're drawing a paladin right now. You know, and Steve, I became a painter again. I'm doing my my daily speed paintings every morning. So there we go, bro. One of these days I'll be a real painter like you. But welcome everybody. Hope you had fun at Steve's stream. If you guys don't know me, I do a bunch of D&D nonsense for all my art. All right, it's just nothing but D&D nonsense over here. So welcome to the stream. I'm honored to have you guys. I make everyone look like a scrub, actually, though, right? Like, true. One day I'll be a real artist. One day I'll have enough tattoos to be a real artist. Because all the real artists I know in the game industry, they all have tattoos. That or they're good at art. One of the two things. I never know, you know? You know, have tattoos to be good at art. I can't really tell until I see somebody's art. So, you have no tattoos? Well, you're just good at art, so it's fine. So it's fine, bro. You know, oh, that explains the failed career. Oh, I thought it was the 5-year diversion of your skills into rampant hentai, but you know, hey, thanks for chilling, man. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Again, if you guys aren't following Steve's somebody that I'd followed for a long time on Twitch. It was really cool. When I got to meet Steve, because not IRL obviously, but on Twitch, because it's like, oh shit, that's one of the art legends, man. Art category gigachads. Thank you, Priest, for the follow. I appreciate it. Your hentai arc isn't even begun. That's the problem. We need to get on that. Move over, Sakimi-chan. It's time for Steve-chan to take over the Patreon's most sub-2 artist. Holy K-pop Demon Hunters hentai arc begin. Soon TM. Thanks for chilling, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for the raid. I'll leave a great rest of your day, whatever you're doing. Enjoy it thoroughly. You legend, you. I really mean it, guys. If you're from my stream and you aren't following Steve, please go give Steve a follow. Steve's amazing. He's amazing and mentoring a couple of Dragon's Claim members over the years. So you're wondering where some of our guild members are getting so good. It's because they did a Steve Sketches mentorship. What? What? That's a thing you can do? I don't know if there's openings, but there were at some point. I gotta figure out if I can mentor my art students first before I actually offer that as like a thing. We'll see if I screw up Alf and Minnie. And if there's anybody else coming in the mentorship. I might invite 1 or 2 more people for it. I don't know. Might try and leave it Alf and Minnie because I know that, well, whatever. There's reasons. But anyway. Alright. This design's actually kind of sick. I like doing the very like regal paladin type vibes here. No art station? I do an art station. I do an art station. I haven't updated my art station in about 3 months though, since I started doing like process videos. It should be there. Socials. Is it on here? Yeah, it is on. It's yeah. Okay, cool. There it is. Artstation.com/EvanBlurArt. A lot of my newer like pieces I haven't uploaded on here yet. Like I said, I haven't touched my ArtStation about a couple months. I started making process videos on like Instagram and shit like that. Where's the old Graham? Oh, please don't be awful front page. Please don't send me on a vacation. Oh, thank God, it's just cosplay. Oh my God. Okay. Listen. Instagram and Twitter are risky clicks. I've been doing process videos, so that's like all I've been posting. And every time I make new pieces of work, I just make the process video upload from it. And I have not been maintaining my art station because of that. So I wanted to do like a big end of summer dump at the end of August and just like make a few really, really big posts of all the character portraits and other things I'm working on over on ArtStation, but it'll be a bit before I get to it. So yeah, I'm really bad about that. You know what? No, screw it. I'm gonna be gentle with myself here. I've been too busy. There you go. Even though I wanted to get it done, lots of things had to fall to the wayside considering all the projects I've had. So ArtStation is one of those important ones that I hope to get to in the next couple of months or weeks.
before the end of summer. Nice last weekend of August kind of dump would be great, I think. Just showing off all the work I did over the summer. It'd be really satisfying. Be really fulfilling to see all that. Like a 5-month period just like slapped on an art station. And then I could do the thing that like real artists do when they come out of NDA for like a small period of time. And they just dump all their art on ArtStation. And they go dark for another half year. And you're like, okay, see you later. That's what I could do. And people think that I'm working on important projects and not a bunch of D&D nonsense. For myself and others. There's that too. Okay. We gotta get her jewelry on point here. She is a fine noble paladin of the... Actually, I don't know what kind of paladin she was. I forgot. Whatever. We'll still make it look noble. That's the point of these sketches, is for new ideas inspired by cool things that people can use, maybe. I had to like fire my first coffee client, hey? I did a bunch of stuff over the weekend. I did 3 coffee pieces over the weekend for people. And one of them was very upset. They're like, this doesn't look anything like the image I sent you. I'm like, oh, I didn't look at the image you sent me because, yeah, I said it wasn't going to be basing it off of reference. I'm like, what? How do you call yourself an artist? I was like, it was in the terms, dude. Like, did you not, like honestly, I'm not mad. I'll refund your money, but, like, did you not read the thing? Like, no. Like, oh, okay, well. Alright, that's fine. And my first bad coffee experience. Can you believe that? It took me this long? Can you believe it took all this time to have my first bad one? Which is pretty good, honestly. I think I'm probably shooting pretty good. It took me that amount of time. Okay. There's something about paladins and cloth and fur and plate all mingling together that I really fucking love. Material, man, the different textures of it, all very appealing to me. Very satisfying to render, to sketch, to whatever. Not really rendering much here. Kind of, I guess. The sketch is already done. Maybe I should just do them for a lot less, but just keep them as that super rough sketch. That'd be fun too. I'm gonna put a pattern in here. Maybe it'll look better just with the fluffiness to it. No, like, snow leopard print or anything like that. They're just finding random commissions at Starbucks and I started talking about coffee. Oh, yeah. Yeah, my like, proper commission list is so turbo-backed, ordered, and closed that I have, like, a 8-month wait list right now. Something ridiculous. So I was like way too inaccessible for like art, like actual commissions. So I decided to start offering just like very quick request style portraits on Coffee, and people have really been enjoying them. It's been fun to do because it's like fun stream practice projects to do shit here and there. You just do like a portrait, you start it in a stream, you're done it by the end of stream, and it's no big deal. Takes 4 hours, 5 hours at max, and then you're chill, you know?
Still not apologizing for your commissions.
Yeah, thanks, Azalea. Thanks for 100 bits, bro. Appreciate it. Thank you. It's very kind of you. Yeah, it's Coffee's great for that. People are like very chill about it. It's like, hey, I can do this very small project rather than having to do like big 40, 50 hour giganto things for people that I'm occupied for like 2 weeks on. It's nice to be able to take a break and just do these little things here and there. Like I have one gigantic project I'm working on for a very, very big client that's getting published. So I have to like focus all my attention on that for the most part. But it's nice to be able to take like a break here and there and do small little coffee things. But at my first troublesome, well, I've had a couple troublesome clients, but this is the first one that I had to actually fire and be like, you know what? I'm not gonna work with you on this thing. Sorry. Thanks for the support. And they're like, well, I'm unfollowing you on TikTok. Okay.
Oh.
Dang.
How is the GigaChat Green Dragon coming?
The GigaChad Green Dragon. I don't know. I haven't worked on it at all since last week. I mean, I haven't even fucking thought about it since last week. I hope people like it though. I think because I really want to have the new Dragon Prince by because I'm going to take these like very seriously and make them like really substantial projects. So I wanted to have them by obviously by the next Ren Fair, because the Dragon pieces did the best at any Renaissance fair or convention I've gone to. The dragons are always the big ones people are excited about. So I really want to make sure these are really good. I don't know. I don't really know. I'm like still trying to figure out what people like about dragon art. You know, because like some things hit and some things don't. I feel like it's a lot of it's like silhouette of the dragon. Lemon Cat, thank you for the follow. Hello, man. Good to see you. Side note, I'm loving how she's turning out. It's nice to visualize her face. That's awesome, Luxor. I'm glad you like this, my little representation of your character. Hope it fits some of the vibes you wanted. Obviously, it's always tough when it's an existing character. Like, most of the time I get coffee requests, it's for a brand new character. It's always a little bit nervous when there's an existing character for someone, because sometimes they come in there and they're like, well, they have to look like this and that, whatever. And you're like, uh-oh, gotta do a good job. So I always try and make sure that I take really good care of characters regardless, but I always feel an extra little sense of pressure when it's a character that's a pre-existing character that you're getting portraiture done of. So I'm glad you are enjoying the process. Almost 3 years? Holy shit, bro. 3 fucking years. What the hell? Shit. All right. Let's go. That's a dope. I'm going to start by doing probably the bottom first and finishing the rest of it, because I find that I always go top to bottom on these pieces and the energy wanes towards the bottom. And so I'm going to try and do it differently and see if I can like reinvigorate that and not have to push as hard in that last little, you know, section of the piece. Even though I don't have a full stream to do this today, I have to piece at some point in time and go to a doctor's appointment. So if it needs to stretch over and takes closer to 5 or 6 hours, then so be it. Or however long. How am I recording? Like 3 hours or some shit? I don't know. I think it doesn't say that anymore. It's so annoying. Really wish it told me. That'd be nice. Be great. OBS. Super appreciated. Been sub for most of that too? Yeah, I appreciate the support. It's a long ass time. There's some big ass, like, long sub badges in this chat recently I've been seeing. You guys been here forever. Always makes me really feel like I want to do a very good job at finishing off the Eldar adventure for you guys. Make sure there's something at the end of all that that was like worth sticking around for. But I think in the fall I'm going to do one of two things. I'm either going to completely close the coffee requests, commissions, everything. I'll just be inaccessible again. And then just focus on adventure, Eldara, classes, things like that, and just really be self-indulgent on it. Or I'll just make those things so unbelievably expensive that if people really want it, they can get it, but it's going to be like double the cost, so that I have like every time somebody buys a commission, it'll like buy me the same amount of time basically for Eldara development. And if I don't get any commissions, people are like, that's not worth it, fuck you. Then it's like, great, more time to build Eldara, you know? Great. Open the same amount of slots at just like way higher, obviously, so somebody really wants it, they can get it, but for the most part it'll just be like time for Eldara. You know? In numerous compliments about how well I lay things out in render when I start from bottom up, I'm inferring a little bit. They keep saying as power bottom. Yeah. A lot of art clients, they have a strange way of complimenting you, don't they? That's... Wonder what they meant by that. Weird, you know? It's funny. God. Can't imagine what they were getting at. Well, that's great. You know, they like the foundational rendering that you do. That's a compliment. Ooh, oh boy. How about that? You know? How about that? Wow, what an amazing compliment to receive for your art. I don't think I've ever gotten that. Gotten a lot of weird compliments. I got a really weird compliment that's not really a compliment, but it's just one of the funniest things anyone's ever said to me about my art at a convention. I forgot to mention this. I knew there was stories from Ren Fair that I forgot to mention just because there's so much to try and go over on the stream after. So I forgot to mention a bunch of stuff that I'm going to make videos about and like make memes about. But I remember somebody came up to, and he was this big, like, you know, big old dad like guy, you know, 6.5 or 6.5 feet tall, 6.6 tall. You know, it's real giant guy, as wide as he was tall, dad style, carrying like 8 kids and shit. And he was like, "Huh, this is all your art? You do all this?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm the artist. I do all this." He's like, "Wow, this is almost good enough that I'd want to get your art instead of AI." Or you see like Mid-Journey or something like that. Some specific AI. It's like, you know, I'd do this instead of like Mid-Journey. I'm like, oh, okay. Thanks, man. See ya. I noticed how he did say almost. So, you need some wild compliments out there, bro. People, Yep. That's some weird ones at Ren Fair, man. I'm telling you. Ren Fair actually was more unhinged. Why was Ren Fair more unhinged for people, the average person, than like Fan Expo? The hell's that? Like Ren Fair, I would say, is the YouTube comment section of people. What a compliment. Yeah, right, Simon? And I was like, wait, is he complimenting me? You know? Well, because he did say, good stuff, keep it up. And just walked away or something like that. Or like, you know, some dad like expression. Right? And I was like, oh, that's nice. Wait, what? Wait, I didn't think about that. Wait, huh? What the fuck you say to me again?
You are the first and only artist I have ever commissioned.
Oh man, I'm honored, bro.
Your work is so amazing.
Oh, dude, come on, Azalea. Come on, I'm unworthy of that kind of praise. I'm glad. Thank you. Appreciate it. It doesn't sound like a compliment. That the compliment he thought it was. Yes, that's always my favorite thing when somebody says some shit that they say something they don't realize what they just meant or said or whatever. My favorite is still the one that I made a big video about on TikTok and YouTube and whatnot, where that girl said, she's like, I don't get, why don't you make, you're so good at art. Why don't you make art anybody cares about? I had no idea what the fuck she just said. And she meant to be nice, you know? You can't be mad at her for that. Be mad, angry, and butthurt. She's trying to be nice. Yeah, absolutely worthy. Aw, man. Thanks, bro. I appreciate it, Lexer. But yeah, it's, that one was a weird one. That Ren Fair one was a weird one. No one really told me that I should draw fan art of the Ren Fair, which is kind of nice. You know, that's kind of nice, actually. Yeah, people were appreciative of the original art. Nobody really wanted fan art at the Ren Fair. I didn't get anyone saying, like, oh, bro, do you fan art? Or do you, like, Free Ren or Sexy Shadowheart or, like, Withers or something like that? I didn't get any of that at Ren Fair. Like, really. A couple people said, like, oh, dude, I bet you draw a dope, like, and then they'd insert the fan art thing they want right there. But nobody, like, really saying, like, bro, why don't you have fan art? I'm so upset. I'd buy art from you if you had something like fan art. I didn't get any of that at Ren Fair. People, like, actually enjoyed the originality of the work, but ultimately, you know, they were still more unhinged than I think the average. Which, you know, you gotta be careful with. You can't just Ren Fair with impunity. Got a patrol? Alright, good luck. Good luck, Azalea. Mm-hmm. I get a lot of comments on comments on the videos that I did for of the character I did for Azalea. Really dope piece. I kind of hate it, but the color, like the pieces that I do in color, are always way more popular on the internet than the sketch style ones, which I get to an extent, but at the same time, a big part of me that wishes that there was more appreciation for the sketch style. There is, just not amongst clients, you know? Which is always whatever. It is what it is, you know? But yeah, I didn't think about that. Ren Fair is basically the YouTube comment section of it. Ooh, wait, I missed. Okay, lost my color there for a second. Lost my sketch color. Okay. Okay. All right, we're good. Time for hatching. Open palmed hatching is not to close my fingers around my pencil and kill my hand again. Dude, I hope they send me for some injection or surgery or some shit like this week. But I won't do anything that will put me out until after I finish the thing for Quincy. So, let's get shot because I gotta get to imagine the colors they might wear. That's interesting. I haven't heard anyone say that before. Met Neil Adams at a convention. I heard him ask someone his line, "Who's your favorite artist?" To which they paused thoughtfully, just said immediately, shoots back, "If an artist ever asks you that, just say it's them. Doesn't have to be true. They'll never know." He was unfortunately a real prick, as I also heard someone ask him, what can I get for $10? And that's all I have. And he barked back, "Do you know who I am?" Oh my god. Oh my god. Hold on, who's that? Neil Adams. Hold on, I'm really bad with artist names. Neil Adams, artist. Oh, co-founder of the graphic design studio Community Associates. Who the fuck's this? What do you do? Oh, just some like old comic book stuff. Okay, cool. Yeah, rad. Real classic shit. Yeah, I'm really bad with artist names, especially in the comic field. I'm super not informed from the comic artists' perspective. There's like very, very few comic artists that I know off the top of my head, which really sucks. Huh. Well, I'm just having a bad day. Who knows? It's too bad. Never meet your heroes. I don't know. That fucking sucks. I guess what he was doing, like sketch commissions there on the spot. Somebody wants something but only had $10. That's rough. That's rough. I think a lot of artists get jaded over time. I feel it sometimes creeping up in me, and I have to combat it because I see how easily a lot of artists are taken by it. The frustration, whatever it is. It's too bad, man. Some get to the end of their career there, and they're a little madge. I've seen his most famous cover, Batman 251. Let's see. You're probably right. Again, I'm not a big comic book guy. Batman 251. Yeah, that is embarrassing. No idea. never seen this cover before. I'm sorry, man. Oh god. But so I when I was really into comic books, I was more of a Dark Horse, like Star Wars comic books fan, kind of that kind of realm of things. Aspen Comics, like weird shit. I never really followed mainline comics like ever, and I'm really ignorant on the subject. I don't know like famous arts or covers or issues or a lot of characters and shit. Certainly not the artists. So Yeah, I'm out of the loop, unfortunately. I apologize. It's embarrassing, isn't it? Well, I'll do my best, alright? I've like met a couple of artists that are like really cool, really nice people. Never really met any artists that are complete dicks. But I also don't meet artists that are in the capacity of standing in line waiting for like a thing, unless it's like just a very cursory sort of like, I don't know, quick fan interaction. I've met artists that I've wanted to be assholes and they weren't, and I was even more mad. Like Fiona fucking Staples. So pissed off that she was so nice. I want to hate Fiona so bad. Not for any real reason, just because we went to the same art school and the art instructors just loved her so much. They're like, I can't believe we got to teach Fiona Staples. She was like a couple years ahead of me in our education. So I'd always use her work as reference and be like, well, Fiona could do this, so there's no excuse for you guys not to do it. I'm like, geez, shut the fuck up about it. I'm so sick of seeing her work. She's like some big famous comic book illustrator now or whatever. Actually, I don't know what she's doing. You know, I don't even know if I fucking follow Fiona on anywhere. Fiona Staples. Oh. Does she have an Instagram? Oh my gosh, she's got so many fucking awards. What the fuck? Bro, how do artists win awards? How the fuck do artists ever win shit? I gotta enter my art and shit. Okay, where is your Instagram? Does she have an Instagram? Ugh. Who the fuck doesn't have an Instagram? What kind of artist does this? What kind of accomplished artist does this? Well, rip. Guess that's over. The dream is dead. Oh well. Mood on the awards, really? I don't know how people do it, man. I see all these artists with like accolades. An artist I went to school with by the name of Serena, she won like infinite fucking awards like right after school. I'm like, where the fuck? How do you win an award? She's like, I don't know, I just got nominated for it. I'm like, what the fuck? Who nominates you for an award? How does that happen? It's a whole other experience, right? She did Saga, you do Fiona Staples, you're so lucky, bro. Yeah. Yeah, I've never really had a strong conversation with her, but I met her at a convention and I was like, hey, I also went to so-and-so school, and she was like really excited about that. And I told her that everyone in our grade fucking hated her because of this, and she was like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That's so cringe. She was very sweet. She's very nice. She was very nice, and I wanted to hate her for it. I wanted her to be some asshole where I could be like, yeah, see? God. Imagine, you know? She was too nice. I wanted to hate Seb McKinnon. He was too nice. I'm just a angry old man that yells at Cloud. No, come on, man. I don't want to actually hate them. Let's chill, bro. Ultra Squid, thanks for the follow. Welcome in, dude. Appreciate you. Hello. See a pattern so far? Boobs gotta get you some, bro. God damn it. I gotta draw better characters, bro. I gotta draw cooler characters. Yep. Really sounding like being compared to the can do wrong older sibling who's already moved out and has no idea what's going on back home. Basically the exact thing. Yes. 100%. Because I told Fiona specifically about one piece that the instructor would not shut up about. And she was like, oh my god, I remember that piece. Yeah, it was like a total throwaway, like last minute thing I did it the night and the morning of the fucking critique. I was like, they hold that piece you did as this fucking trophy for like potentiality of artists, and she's like, oh my god, no. Oh god. She was actually embarrassed for a minute. It was very cute. Oh, she was very nice. It's cool. Happy Monday, Ernesto. Good to see you, bro. Yeah, maybe I'll become a real artist one day that my art school brag about. I don't want them to ever add me to the alumni. You know how like schools have that? They're like, these are famous alumni that went to our school. I never wanted to do that because basically the only people who are on that list are people who contacted the school to say, hey, I'm relevant and I'm giving you money. Now honor me. Honor me and use me as a clout generator. Brag about me. It's more or less the only people that art schools will. Unless it's like a really big art school like Art Center or something. Where they're like, oh my god, we had this famous person. Unless you're like turbo ultra famous, that's impossible for no one to not know who you are, like a famous director or whatever. In order to get on those like famous alumni lists, they have to like, you know, you gotta play the game, bro. A lot of people pay for that. Do you on the alumni list? Really? I don't get it. I don't get it, man. Yeah, I never understood it. So your school knows about you. Wow. Who fucking cares? I don't know, maybe the clout matters to some people. It's a weird scene though. I think a lot of artists that are like traditionalists or like fine artists or whatever, maybe they care about that kind of stuff because it means they can like brag about galleries and shit. And like if you're like a fine artist and you get lucky enough to get into the game where you like do stuff that people launder their money in and do like all these like gallery shows and shit like that, that's pretty good living right there. So maybe if you can help facilitate that a little bit, move it along, you know what I mean? Worst alumni list is if they never actually went there and get an honorary degree post-success. Ooh, where do you think I can get an honorary degree from? When the Realms of Eldar is like the biggest fucking IP, you know, the biggest story since Star Wars, the biggest cultural moment since Pokemon, where do you think will give me honorary degrees? I want an honorary PhD. That's what I want. I want to be a doctor. And I want to meet Shaquille O'Neal, and I'll say Dr. O'Neal. And I'll say Dr. Blair. Say doctor. Now, he actually earned his, though, so... I'm not saying that he's, like, you know... He actually went and got his fucking doctorate and something. I don't know what it is. Something pretty cool, though. It was like education or something. I don't remember. YouTubers listing all the top tier patrons in the closing titles, or those stars that buy a star on the Hollywood street. Oh yeah, you don't like the YouTubers listing their top tier patrons? I'd absolutely do that. Are you kidding? If somebody was gonna pay me so that I didn't have to take a sponsorship, and they're like, I'll do a sponsorship tier on Patreon where I'll read somebody's names out at the end of stream. You want me to do that? You pay me $100 a month. I'll read your name out at the end of streams. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, let's go, man. You know what I'll do at the end of the month. I'll do the top bit cheers. This month's stream is sponsored by Azalea Fox, Necromancer Dark, and X figuring X It X All Out X in that order. If you didn't hit top 3 bit contributor, you didn't support the stream. Okay, I'm done. I'm done beefing. I'm sorry. I'm good. We're chill. It's good. You know, the VIPs by a Star of Eldara. Well, they kind of do, actually. With the sponsorship posts I'm going to be offering, Jacob, people can kind of do that. They can kind of, like, build in you know, pay for a thing to get built in Eldara, and then they get a promo for it, you know. Not gonna lie, it might be from one of those big franchises like D20, Record World picking up your system world for a one-shot campaign, or the BBEG or BEAG project you're doing right now. Explodes popularity. Yeah, maybe. It could. I don't know. That's a good point. I didn't think about that. I think about the prospects of it. Jada, there was a semi-famous artist who went to do Neil Adams art school, went by Buzz, saw him at a convention, and me and a buddy paid for original pieces. He said he was booked, but could do it after the convention and mail it to us. Took names, emails, and payments, told us to email reminding him what we wanted. We emailed him on every platform, including his own website. And still this day, 10 years ago, never responded to any of them, never sent in the art, 100% stole our money. Damn, bro. Damn, that's fucking tragic. That's fucking tragic. Never got back to you. I'm always nervous about doing stuff like that. Like, I don't do that kind of shit at conventions because I don't like do like one-off originals, whatever, for basically anybody. And I don't do convention commissions either. I don't take payment from people until I've like done something for them. You know what I mean? But I do take orders on prints that I go to stock for. If I go to stock for something, I don't want people to have to like pay for shipping at my print store. So I don't know. I had two options. I basically gave people a code for free shipping on my print store, or I took their name and made a special order for it and shipped it to them. And I only did about 5 at the last convention where I had to ship them orders, and I got them all out, and, you know, tracking said they all arrived and whatnot. But I'm always so nervous about that. I'm always so nervous. Like when you take payment from somebody, send them a print, and then you have to go home and mail it. It's like different than when it's like a proper order through your store. It's like, ah, shit. So I don't think I'm gonna do that next year or at any more conventions because it was like stressful for me. It worked, it was fine, but I could see it just not being fine, you know? So this time around, for the next era of conventions, I guess the next one would be Edmonton Expo, wouldn't it? I'm only gonna have a free shipping code for people if I run out of print. I'm gonna say, hey, you can get the print here, you know. But it was so weird, like, well, not weird, charming, fun, great. Wasn't weird at all. It was just odd to me, slightly odd. But I had this lovely young individual who saw me at GameCon at Edmonton and wanted the dragon piece that I've done, the big sketch one. And they were very nice and very sweet and were like, hey, I really want this thing. Can I get a copy of it? And I said to say, no, unfortunately, sorry, I'm sold out. Didn't bring enough. Lesson learned. And they're like, dang it. And I was like, okay, cool. Well, here's a free shipping code, or I can send it to you. And they're like, no, it's okay. I'll just, you know, it's fine. I'm like, okay, thanks for stopping by, I guess, later. Like, I was like, dang, could have sold the print to them. Oh, well. Didn't think too much of it. They showed up at Ren Fair. Like, first thing, they're like, oh, I started to be at Ren Fair. I want to get here before you sold out. Do you have this print? I'm like, yeah, I've got like a billion of them. Like, oh my God, I'm so excited. A couple people did that for like prints and stuff for the weekend. It was kind of weird. It was like, huh. So you really wanted to get it from me in person. I respect it, honestly. I respect it. It's kind of cool. It was very nice. I felt like a real artist almost. Almost. Just got it. Izzy also heard my name. Have you stream on my earbuds? Had to pull out the phone so I could say something. Oh, yeah. Don't be distracted. Oh God, I want to be a distracting factor. Okay. God, she's so cool. I think I'm focusing more on the like portrait sort of formal bust thing as opposed to drawing much of their armor or whatever. I think these are a lot more, if I spend more time on this part of it, it's usually turns out better. So I'm kind of enjoying these portraits. This new second late level of portraits I've been doing after the first evolution of them. You know what I mean? It's satisfying. Stretches. Gotta do the stretches. Can't not do the stretches. When people have had bad experiences with shipping prints, when Only bought prints from EVA, but your packaging seemed extra safe and maybe even on the expensive side when you multiply it across shipments. Yes, so I lose a lot of potential money by doing my prints myself. You know, I do. Wait, a corner on your stuff got bent? Oh, no. Okay, I see what you're saying. Like, if that's what they were like worried about. Well, I've had a piece get bent or whatever. And it's tough because I want to take responsibility for that. Obviously, it's not my fault. If the, like, you know, like I put do not bend stickers and stuff, but I had somebody who ordered a print. They actually got stuff like bent in half and stuffed in their mailbox. And it's like, what am I supposed to do about that? And so depending on what it is, I usually try and offer to like, hey, don't worry about it, I'll send you another one, you know, whatever. And that really fucking sucks, especially when it's the post's fault and not mine. Because once it enters the post's hand, that's like, it's responsibility, liability, I'm done, right? That's the way insurance and all these things work. So, but I always want to, like, it's not good business to have people have bad experiences. So I always focus really, really hard on trying to make sure packaging and everything else is pretty good and, you know, pretty solid if I can. But I know, I don't know, but yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe people just have bad experiences with that and they're like nervous about it. But I actually found a lot of people didn't want to buy prints at Ren Fair because they didn't want to carry a print around because they didn't realize that I gave them bags for it. Right? A lot of people didn't realize that. And when I made like a couple of sales at the convention or Ren Fair simply by telling somebody that like, oh yeah, I like, you know, and by the way, you won't have to worry about like carrying it around because like I do these big paper bags for you. And they're like, what? Oh my god, you do paper bags for the prints, so I don't have to just carry it in my bag all day? Oh my god, yeah, I'll buy 3. And you're like, oh, dope. I wonder how many people like don't want to buy a print just because they don't realize they don't have to carry it around. Because I also give people like big, nice, expensive, like cool bags. Like no other artists usually do that shit. So there's like a lot of those type of things to be where I'm wondering what the standard is. And I'm always, I don't want to shit on other artists or shit talk or whatever or start anything. I'm always surprised by a lot of artists not taking more care for their product. Like the artists that rip their shit up and so they don't have to take them home on the plane. That's just like, that's so wild to me. It's just like, I can't relate, man. I can't understand it either. It's like, that's your art, bro. You're just shredding it? What the fuck? You okay? Oh, but it's cheaper than like sending it home with me. Then make prints that are worth fucking taking home with you. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't want to judge, and I'm getting judgmental when I say that shit. I'm getting judgmental. I gotta cool off. I gotta chill out. Because look, man, everybody's doing things differently. They're doing it their own way. Never got that though. Tried including top loaders, just up the price $5 more to get strong top loader as they can throw in their backpack or something without much risk. I've never done that at conventions. Honestly, getting top loaders for my work, I like the idea of it, but I haven't found a good place to get the large ones for a decent rate. I could probably order, like the last time I got large top loaders, I got 24x36 top loaders for a bunch of prints that I had in my like personal collection, and I got those through the game store that I worked for. But anytime I try and find like top loaders, they've always been prohibitively expensive and like just totally not worth it. 13x19 top loader. Let's see. Ultra Pro 13x19 top loaders. How much are these big boys? Big boys. So like 13, the big prints that I sell 13x19, it's $50, probably USD, I'm guessing. I don't know what quantity. It says add quantity 1, but it says top loaders. Are these seriously $60 per? These can't be $60 per. No. The 24x36 ones for my own personal prints. That's the last time I had any experience with top loaders. The problem is I can't roll my prints. It says 10 top loaders pack? Really? Where am I missing that? Oh, there we go. 10 top loaders per pack. Okay. So it's like what, $6 American per? Depending on shipping, you know, $10 for a top loader. Yeah, that's not bad. I would even be happier shipping my work in these. You know, the problem is, where am I going to get these? Like, I can maybe go ask the game store that I used to work for, like I said, if I could get, if they could custom order these. And I can't roll these when I ship them, because the paper that I use, there's another like dumb artist thing that nobody fucking cares about but me. The paper I use is like archival grade giclée fancy fucking paper, whatever, like top of the line shit that like nobody values that kind of stuff except for like nerds. But it means that I can't roll it. It's too thick. It's not even paper. It's actually a cotton rag. The fine cotton rag for fancy photography prints and shit like that. And fine art prints and giclées and whatnot. So maybe, I don't know. I actually like print shipping from my store is actually pretty expensive because I have to ship flat. If I'm doing 24x36 prints at some point in time, I can roll those because the 24x36 paper, actually that big, only comes in rolls. I just need to buy the $1,500 printer to be able to do that. Or $2,000 printer, somewhere around there. The big boy printer. The expensive one. But yeah, I guess people might have had bad experiences, like Sabine said, and just were anxious about it. Never had somebody come back saying like, oh no, I damaged a print or whatever. It's always been pretty chill, so. Got a good relationship with the game hobby store. See if to help support, if they're either let you online through them at cost or for deep discount on MSRP. So I can do that with if I can make anything I want to buy. Well, I probably could do it on a decent discount because I worked at that store for like probably 6 years. Now, to be fair, the manager that I worked with is long gone, but I'm still on very good terms with the owner. And I think the guy that does the ordering is still the same guy that's been there for all that time. So I would know him. So I could probably swing some shit. I don't know. And like, I know the owner's daughter fairly well. Like, she and I were good friends back in the day before she went off and became a famous film editor. And now she's like, does game store shit in the interim. But even if I could just order it and not have to pay for shipping, if they can get it through one of the big distributors, that'd be enough. That'd be extra though, is top loading the work that I send out. But you know, if I'm serious about my work and I like take it very seriously and I want to illustrate that, then you do these kind of things and you pay the kind of money you want to pay, and you know, people get it. They see it and it matters to them. It really does. That's something I've learned is that taking the time to like make sure that the piece is taken care of and you take it seriously and your clients see that, they respect it. Not a lot of people do, but the people that care enough to engage, I guess, and to begin with, they seem to care quite a bit, which is nice. I always like that. It's always very dope. Okay, we're doing some hair ornamentation here, I think. Hair ornamentation, what do we do here? Let's do our little spiny, little regal, spiky charm thingies. Let's start with a ribbon. Ribbon good. But the money, I don't see anybody having an issue with it. It doesn't cost them anything at that point. It helps you a ton. They don't have to feel guilty about wanting to help you by not buying prints themselves. Yeah, maybe that'd help, yeah. Well, then again, I guess if it's just at conventions, I don't really care about making money at, to be honest. I know it sounds like silly. If I don't sell prints and stuff at conventions, it's not the end of the world for me. Because like the conventions specifically are such a microscopic part of what I do that it's like, also what's the time involved in having to do all this shit just to make people at conventions more likely to like purchase a print or whatever. I don't know. We're there for Ella anyway. Like, I don't make enough at conventions to make it worth going on my own. Muhammad TK, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thanks for the follow, bruh. Appreciate you. Me, if I'm paying $120 for a sketch and then additional 20 for the print, I'm willing to splurge extra on shipping so I can get what is essentially a custom-made protection product just for me. So you'd want to pay extra for fancier shipping. Well, fair enough, I guess, you know? Yeah, makes sense. I do the best I can with shipping and quality and packaging and everything like that on its own. But I guess there's always more you can do, always more you can have to prevent any issues. Especially if it's like one of ones I'm sending people. If I actually start numbering my prints, then I think that's important for me to do. Which I think I am going to start numbering my prints as of this fall. Let's offer options and let them choose if possible. Well, honestly, I've noticed that the decision fatigue is a real thing. Decision fatigue does hit. I don't know if it hits at the point of shipping. You make a good case for decision fatigue that at the point of shipping is not an issue because you've already decided you're going to buy it, which choose your shipping option kind of thing. There's like a marketing case for that being true that I think I could probably get behind. I don't know specifically, but I do think decision fatigue is a thing. Offering too many options, too many things like that does tax some people. They kind of check out, you know. I notice that when I do that with certain products and have too many options for things, people like my commissions. I don't offer very much for my commissions, you know. There's like, you can get 4 things, you know. You can get half body. I'm gonna draw an alien here. Half body, or color, and then you can get Buster Sword, and you can get full body, and that in color. I think that one of the biggest problems that a lot of artists have with their commission sheet is they have too many options on them. Like a lot of artists do the like, do you want line work, color blocked, cell shaded, fully rendered? Like they have this whole fucking thing, and a lot of people are just like, what? I don't. They get nervous, you know. They're like, shit, I don't know what I want, man. I think decision fatigue is real, but probably not the time of shipping is probably safe. Okay. Likely people kind of know what they want at that point in time, and giving them options isn't a bad thing. I do top loaders for the cards that I sent to people. That's always funny. People fucking love the shipping whenever whenever I send out trading cards. If they get it. For the one-on-one promos, I suppose I'm gonna have to ship them tracked, which is gonna be a pain in the ass. That's fine. Whatever, man. Maybe I'll just start shipping them in parcels, like actual boxes, hey? That'd be kind of fun. That could work. All right, jewelry. Second layer complete. Enter our 3rd layer of jewelry. We're getting close, man. Almost there. Piece turned out. I'm enjoying myself. Haven't done coffee requests in a while, so I'm actually like kind of chilling. Just like cruising. Enjoying the process. Okay. Let's see if this works out here. So I don't want the hair to be too distractingly busy, especially since we're going to put such a dark layer on it. It's going to be a fire truck red. So that is a darker color on the grayscale. It's important to remember. We're going to rep that properly. I was going to do braid or something in there too. Shit. I figured it out. Pull this in a little bit. God, I love drawing paladins. Maybe I'll just change my coffee. Only paladins. Yep. You got a character request? Nope. Has to be paladin. It'd be like a funny eccentric thing to do. Like, there's artist out there, but he only draws you your character if you're paladin. And if you ask for a character that's not a paladin, he draws your character as a paladin. What? That's toxic, man. Yeah, that's Evan Blair. There's that too. Well, that's him, so. Well, it's going to be in shadow, so we'll lose a lot of our detail here. It's important to blunt your detail the further into shadow you get. Especially when painting or doing sketching for painting like this is. It's funny, it's all developed for sketching for painting, but it doesn't like, there's no painting that ever happens for it, which is kind of funny. Only paladins, but on that VTuber request site, you made $200. Yeah. I didn't actually finish the VGen thing. I didn't finish it because they wanted me to do some weird stuff on my PayPal, and I didn't want to do it. They were being real weird. I'm a little sus. I'm a little sus about VGen now. They want some weird shit happening with PayPal. And I said, nuh-uh. You get your fucking grubby little hands off my info. So, didn't unfortunately happen, which sucks. The only pals. That's a different site. Before I finish this last bit of detail, let's start painting in. You know, actually, sure, we'll do this and then we'll paint in the. Yeah. Okay. Why not? We'll finish all the line work before we. Before we go anywhere on this shit. Put you there. And boop. And then we'll put you there. And then yoink you on the other piece. Easy, man. Looks good. Holy. Oh, fuck. What did I do with my show the grid? Oh, God. What's the hotkey? No, it's not the show grid, is it? Oh, it is. Okay. Easy. Whoops. I never thought it. Here's your paladin. I commissioned an evil character. A spiky crown. Now it's an Oathbreaker. Ooh, you're right. But I wanted a villain. Okay, you can get a villainous paladin. You can have a villainous paladin. I don't mind. That's fine. It has to be paladin. now before we put the last little bits of detail in here, I'm going to actually kill this and do a couple fill layers here. I want to do this. I'm afraid if I select everything, it's just gonna break. Ooh. We're okay. It worked out. Kind of. Okay, let's try this out. Let's do her hair. A quick little fill. Let's see if we can get that color that looks good, or tone, I guess, for a color, implying a color. Paladin's got what you need, dude. I love drawing paladins. They're the best class to draw. I found that I've gotten a lot more picky about the clients that I work with now, and a lot of people that have really weird out there ideas for their class. I ask them why they want me to do it, you know? Because a lot of stuff I do is based pretty traditional in fantasy. As far as the D&D crowd goes, I'm pretty boring like that. Yeah, I still get asked to do really weird out there kind of stuff, hey? How do you develop your line art style? That's an interesting question. So the way that I think about line art, Memphis, is it comes from a background of sketching for painting. So I don't a lot of modern day like young people artists that get into art through whatever way, they come at line work with this implication that is for animation. Okay, so anime or comics. So anime. American comics, which aren't as popular as anime for like new artists, the American sort of Critical Role fan art, Nickelodeon kind of style, all of these things are developed as line art, where line art is a function of animation or a very derivative style of communication of data, of information, with the intent of being quick and replicatable and exaggerated and very derivative of reality. Okay? When you learn sketching as a skill for the skill of painting, so it's a tool in the process of painting, you learn and think about line as a completely different beast. And every really good line artist that I know has spent some time in the painting field, right? They just choose to apply it to their sort of existing line art. So how did I develop it? It's a really tough question to answer, because it's very difficult to sort of track the roots without it sounding like biased towards one thing or one form of art or whatever or another. But I'd say that the way it came about naturally is that if you want to kind of like learn how to do this kind of shit, you look at like old sketches from, you know, the Renaissance masters and before and whatnot, the way they thought about using line work as a communicating tool for their paintings, their under sketches. I just don't paint anything on top of my under sketch, and I hatch it out more than they would normally, but not a ton more, honestly. It's not like crazy or anything, but yeah, it's just a completely different way of thinking about your instead of doing this, let's do the cloak and the yeah, okay, I know what we're doing here. But I don't think about it too hard, honestly. I don't have much of a style discussion going on in my brain at any given time, on any given day. Not something that I like. It's something that I spent so much time agonizing about when I was really, really terrible at art, that I connected it with being really terrible at art. And so for me, I have to just let go of the conversation entirely and not think about style or anything like that. So I normally, when people ask me that, like, oh, what's your line work style or your sketch style or whatever, I like kind of give them a bit of a blow off answer, because it's a bit of a blow off question. I think like there's not much of it. If I give them a deep answer, they'll get the wrong idea from it and go down the wrong path. But your question about how did I develop it is actually very interesting, and so I can actually just tell you where it like traced from, or how I like thought about it or whatever, where I ended up with sketches, as opposed to where an end goal is. Like, oh yeah, I just really love this artist that did art for JoJo's. And they're like, oh, it makes sense, dude, you know? You have to study the old masters that paint their paladins. Exactly. Yeah. Particularly, I think the best painters, like sketch for painters, were the Italians and the Polish painters. So like it is kind of like really insane just how much of a ridiculously good sketch artist, like sketcher, whatever, how great the sketches were from Michelangelo. Like, you want to learn how to draw anatomy, man? Learn how to sketch like Michelangelo. Your anatomy will come like free basically off of that. It's kind of funny. But the problem is that since the classical style of painting is not intuitive for a lot of people who learn art in the modern day, and basically no one who is going through the self-taught scene is great and I love them dearly, but they miss out a lot of like education that nobody teaches them about because it's harder and no one watches those videos or listens to those kind of like discussions because the algorithm then, you know, doesn't show it off. So a lot of the education on how to like do certain things in the self-taught world is really not fulfilling, I don't think. And if I didn't have like a little bit of a basis for where I was going and what I was learning from when I began the self-directed portion of my journey, I would have really been lost, I feel like. And I can see how people get sucked into traps and like are really uncertain about like where to go for their like certain skills or whatever. I don't know if there's anything I can do about that. I don't know if I can like kind of change the scene at all. It'd take a large investment of effort on my part to do some things that I'm just not willing to do. It's a lot of work. All right, now we can sketch within our shade here. Ooh. Almost figured it out. As someone who's self-directed learning art, yeah, you're pretty bang on. Yeah, and like that's the thing, like every artist, if they're good, Fuzz, unless they go straight from art school straight into an internship, they're self-directed at some massive point in time. Like I went to a 4-year art program, right, of art school, but it probably only accounts for maybe like maybe 20% of my development as an artist. I may be only 20% better than I would have been had I gone to that program, right? Because of the things you actually learn it. So like I always find it a little silly when artists describe themselves, not saying you do that because you said as someone who's self-directed learning art, but like a lot of people are like, oh yeah, I'm completely self-taught. And that's like the virtue of being self-taught is that you never like ruined yourself with an art school experience. The problem is like every artist needs to learn the skill. So a lot of artists, if they don't necessarily like, if they don't go to art school, it doesn't omit them from the issues with the directed learning style. Right? And so the resources are just not good. But the problem is this 20% bump, I think, at least gives you a foundation to build things off of so that you kind of know the direction as opposed to just going off in different fucking tangents on the internet. The issue is that, like, you know, when somebody will ask the question along the lines of, hey, how do I get good at art? And I'm like, great, here's what you do. It's not pretty. And if I made an honest video on how to fucking get good at art, like, no one would watch it because no one wants to fucking listen to me tell them what they already know. And that's an issue, man. And so the problem is, how do you make a compelling video? Well, you talk about a tip, a trick, a hack, a shortcut. You have to appeal to people's like desire for something now. And those videos are what go to the top. And so the resources on the internet aren't very good at all. And so like you see a video on how to color, right? If I'm gonna run this experiment. I want to be wrong here. Prove me wrong, and I hope that Proco and things have changed this, but I did this experiment about 2 years ago on stream and it was a hilarious failure. If I learn how to color art, I Google this. Yeah. So the fastest way to color a character, how to blend colors, the fastest way to color your drawings, how to actually blend pencil, how to color and blend skin, best animation course. Okay, that doesn't count. You know, this to this. And I love Sam's art, by the way. And Sam Yang's a great influence in this community. He does still operate within that kind of like niche sort of like meme kind of shortcut market, but he tries to inject intelligently and intuitively as many useful things as he can, but he still sort of operates in that kind of realm of useful videos. All this how to draw. Okay, first, fucking Proco, painting skin tones. This isn't a general like how to draw art, but like Mark Burnett is really good at art and fantastic at teaching, but he appeals to the algorithm, or else no one would see his work. So I'm not blaming anyone for doing this, but I am saying that none of these videos are like a 14-hour masterclass on fucking color theory. It's technique. Mark Burnett's technique for coloring characters is phenomenal, and it's a great, useful technique once you know how the fuck to like actually like present and create a color piece of artwork. But it's going to be like often gradient maps. Yeah, so he's talking about the black and white, and you do the lighting and whatnot, and then you gradient map it, and boom, and you do overlayers. Oh, sorry, this isn't a gradient map video, this is an overlay. Maybe this is a gradient map at some point in time, I don't know. But like, this is all step-by-step how to color. The hack that gets you by is, but like, you watch 1,000 of these videos, you don't get better, and you don't know why. And you think that you're incapable of learning how to do art. It's because you never sat down and read the fucking book on color theory. But like, who's gonna fucking watch my video if I say that? If I tell you that anyone can be good at art, that it's a complete and total choice to be good or bad at art. Thank you, Artfuse the Fall. I appreciate that. Everything in your art skills repertoire is a choice that you can be good at. That no one is beyond the ability of being great at art. At least hireable and being a fantastic artist. Maybe you can make some sort of argument for the absolute like top 2% of artists being talent based. I don't know. I think talent's more of an accelerator and not an end point, personally, but I'm willing to have that discussion. But you tell people that anyone can choose to be great at artwork, and they're like, oh my god, even me, I'm dog shit, Evan, even and especially you. What do I do to learn how to color? Here's the 14-hour book on color theory. And they're like, ooh, that's a big book, man. And it's expensive. It's like $60. Ooh, yeah, man. Isn't there like a Photoshop layer I can use to teach me how to color? No, there fucking isn't. I'm sorry, bro, but that advice is never gonna raise to the top of the you know, the pool when it comes to painting. And if you want to know how to actually do great color theory, there's some great ArtStation courses from artists, or personal art courses, or whatever. I haven't seen many on YouTube. I think that skin color, the process of coloring skin in, not skin color, but to color a character's skin, that Proco had, is probably one of the best ones, because Proco is one of the examples of a guy who does talk about things and doing it the hard way, but he condenses it in a way. So Proco isn't the biggest art influencer out there, but he's probably the biggest person that still does the most. You could argue Sam Yang is. And there's some great artists out there, like Mark Britton also has great techniques, but as far as people who will tell you the hard truth, Sam will like mention that the hard truth exists, which is awesome, and then sort of take you a little bit of the way into it, and then give you the techniques that are satisfying to watch and to learn, that can like be applied to anybody. But Proco is one of the guys that really dives into it, and a lot of people are like, oh, I can't watch a whole Proco video. I can't watch him talk about like color theory and painting skin for an hour. And it's like, but that's what you need to do, my guy. Satrikak video drawing the Among Us blob thing as someone's pupil eye. That's funny. I like that. The best part of art school for me was being surrounded by artists, being able to ask every small question about everything ever. So inspiring to see everyone's process in real life. So the best thing about art school, I agree, Spring. The best thing about art school is it inspires culture. So I heard something very interesting from an art director. What was his name? Hearthstone art director. Oh, God, what was his name? He was a great artist at Blizzard. He was the former art director on Hearthstone. Is Jim something or another? Fuck was it? This guy? Jim Nelson, was that it? Blizzard. Who made the Hearthstone logo? Okay, I don't know. Anyway, he was a big art director
at Blizzard, and he did this podcast on Rookery Press's Twitch and YouTube channel, and they were talking about how difficult the work from home era is. And he said basically that he's never seen an artist that works entirely remote that can't be part of the office community succeed. And what he was saying is that basically like this whole, like, you can work like partial, you can do like 2 days from home, 3 days in office, but like it's important to go into the office and be around the creatives, to talk to your senior artists, to talk to your art director, to be just around people making art. It's the talking to somebody over their shoulder about how their weekend was while you're drinking your coffee and you're watching them draw something, you're passively absorbing what they're doing. And he was talking about this experience being around other artists, and he was saying it basically in the case of, I've never seen someone developing their skills like this in an office environment where you have the opportunity to talk to other artists, where you can message your senior artists, where you can talk in Zoom with your art director, where you can talk to your other colleagues. Even that wasn't good enough to develop a good arts, like a good skill set. The idea of an artist on their own, completely isolated, he said, he's like, I don't even know what people do in that case. Like, if you're like a freelancer, like, I have no idea what you're supposed to do, because like, you're fucked, basically. He didn't say that in that words, but he basically said that, like, you're fucked. Like, if you don't have other artists to talk to and engage with in a really close-knit sort of circle of people that want you to be better, people who are working on a project, and you being good helps determine whether or not you all are going to get that fucking bonus for the project. That's important. And so all these like people out there that think that they can just learn art on their own, completely self-taught, they have no idea that the value of being part of a company, the value of an internship, the value of a mentorship, the value of art school isn't even the stuff you learn. It's being around the people who are willing to talk about art with you. It's crazy, man. You know, it's really insane. And I don't know how to like kind of help to cultivate that on an internet where everybody wants the easy tips and tricks and the fast clicks, man. It seems really brutal. And like, that's the main reason why I would suggest someone to go to art school is just so you can build some goddamn connections with people where you can talk about your art and you can be around people that want to talk about art all day. That's so profoundly powerful. And if you don't have that...
Visitors, how exciting.
Yo, Robbie, what's up, dude? If you don't have that, I think it's important to try and find it. So obviously there's a lot of places for artists on the internet to sort of cultivate that, like, you know, that sense of community with and be able to talk to other artists. And it's like desperately find that, man, because it's so crucial to your development to be able to talk to other people. Robbie, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it, man. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. If you guys aren't following Robbie Landis, please go change that immediately. Robbie's a great dude. It's a fun time over there in stream. Thanks for stopping by, Robbie. I appreciate it, man. Appreciate you. I was actually about to bounce myself because I gotta go to an appointment pretty quick, but I was gonna see if we can finish this off real quick. Just takes time and effort. People don't want to learn. That's why AI is boom. People don't want to actually learn, and it sucks. Yeah, but I'm optimistic about AI art and the art survival of the art scene. I'm not worried about AI at all. AI hasn't, even in its current form, has never impacted my personal whatever, and it, depending on how well I continue to adapt, it never will. And I'm very optimistic. I'm not scared about it at all. And I could go on for an hour and tell you guys why and how to guard yourself against AI and how to build a career that AI can't touch. But like, I don't know, that's a very long video that's very pointed towards a very small group of people or whatever. It's great fantasy. I'd fucking love to be amazing at shit without doing all the work to get it, but that's not how it works. Exactly. They're trying to be Neo. Oh no, they just download how to be good at art. Oh no, I want to download more art skill. Oh man. Yeah, is that how it fucking works? I had no idea. I had no idea. All right. Okay. Shit, none of my friends are live that I can fucking just bounce you guys to. Shit, well, I feel bad to get raided and bounce, but I don't have anybody that I could just raid and then say peace out, see you later, gotta fuck off. I actually should have gotten off around 2, so all right, then that is it for today. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. Welcome everybody from Robbie's stream. I'm sorry. Go follow Robbie. Robbie's amazing. I mean it. But yeah, I gotta bounce. I got an appointment I was supposed to get off at 2 for. And it's 2:15 now, so I got a motor to be there for 2:45. So I am going to, we're going to power run this, our outro. All right, boom. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. We'll finish this piece. I'll finish this piece tonight, and we got some other cool stuff for later on this week. But hey, thanks for chilling with me. Appreciate it. You guys are awesome. Wish me luck. Hopefully I'll be able to get an appointment for my wrist arm to get some steroid good juice injected into that shit and feel all ripe as rain. And if not, surgery, here we come. Let's fucking go. 2 weeks off. Anyway, you guys are awesome. Have a great rest of your day. Take care of yourselves. You're phenomenal. Whatever you're doing, work hard. Work harder than anyone you know. It'll pay off. And I'll catch y'all later. So until next time, my friends, farewell.